A very good morning to everyone. Before we begin our agenda for today, we would like to say thank you to all of our importance. A big thank you to Universitas Negeri Malang, the Faculty of Social Science, Aspikom Pusat, Aspikom Jawa Timur, our four co-host institutions, Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Tribuana Tunggadewi, Universitas Atmajaya, and UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, and to Pop Survey by Populix, our official sponsor, for their invaluable support in making ICODES 2026 possible.
Our most honorable rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Haryono.
Our respected Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, Dr. Ari Sabto M. Hum.
Our respected head of the Communication Science Study Program, Kunsila Ananda, SICOM MA.
Our distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, moderators, presenters, participants, and guests from around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zahwa Lailatul Zahira and
Stivian Desnadi Priambodo,
and we are delighted to join you as your master of ceremony in today's event.
On behalf of the organizing committee, it has been our great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Communication, Digital Ecosystem, and Society ICODES 2026, held virtually on 4th to 5th of August 2026, proudly organized by the Communication Science Study Program, Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Malang.
We are delighted to have participants from various institutions and countries joining us to exchange ideas, present research, and foster meaningful academic collaboration. Thank you for being part of this remarkable academic forum.
Before we begin today's program, we kindly ask everyone to keep their microphone muted throughout the opening ceremony. Should you experience any technical difficulties, please contact our organizing committee through the Zoom chat. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence the opening ceremony of ICODES 2026, please rise wherever you are for the National Anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and March Song.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the opening remarks, may we respectfully invite the conference chairperson of ICODES 2026 to the virtual podium. Juventia Priska Dianti Todalani Kalumbang, Esos MPhil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zahwa and Stevian. Good day to you all. I'm so honored and so pleasure to meet you all. It is with great pride that I welcome you all to the first International Conference on Communication, Digital Ecosystem and Society, ICODES 2026, organized by the Communication Science Study Program Universitas Negeri Malang. This is a historic moment for us, and I'm deeply honored to open it together with such distinguished community of scholars, researchers, practitioners, and students from across the region. We gather today, this morning, under the theme, Communication in Algorithmic Societies, Transformation, Ethics, and Participation. This theme could not be more timely as algorithms increasingly shape how we produce, share, and make sense of information across marketing, politics, and everyday life. We are called to think critically about the ethical and participatory dimensions of these transformations. Over the next 2 days, I hope our discussions will spark new insights and inspire research that helps us navigate this algorithm-driven world more responsibly. Well, before we begin, I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude today. First of all, to the Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. To the incredibly dedicated organizing team, my colleagues from the Communication Science Study Program Universitas Negeri Malang. Thank you so much for your tireless work, your long hours, and your unwavering commitment in making this very first international conference possible. These achievements belongs to all of you. I would like also to extend our sincere appreciation to our 5 co-host partners whose collaboration has been essential to ICODES 2026. Aspicom Pusat, Aspicom Jawa Timur, the Communication Science Master's Program of Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Atmajaya Yogyakarta, Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, and Universitas Tribuana Tunggadewi Malang. And surely I would like to express my appreciation to 5 keynote speakers, Professor Merlina Lim from Carleton University, Canada, Aris Abdul Aziz, manager from TikTok, Dr. Jeffrey Lawrence da Silva from University Putra Malaysia, Professor Yuyun Wahyu Izati Surya from Universitas Airlangga, and Dr. Aran Ridley, PhD from Monash University, Indonesia. Your collaborative spirit has enriched this conference with diverse academic perspectives and has strengthened the network of communication scholarship across Indonesia. Thank you for standing with us on this journey. My gratitude also goes to our journal partners indexed in Sinta 2, 3, and 4, and of course to Atlantis Press based in Germany, our partner for the international proceedings, for giving our presenters a platform for global visibility. To our distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, moderators, and every participant joining us near and far, and thank you for your trust and enthusiasm in making ICODES 2026 becomes a reality. As we open this conference, it's my sincere hope that these 2 days will bring you new knowledge, new colleagues, and new collaborations, and that the relationship we built here today will lay the foundation for continued cooperation among our institutions in the years to come. So with that, I'm very honored to officially declare ICODES 2026 open. So once again, welcome and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you very much to our conference chairperson for the inspiring opening remarks. Once again, give a round of applause. It is now a great honor to invite the Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Haryono, to deliver the opening remarks and officially open the International Conference on Communication, Digital Ecosystem and Society, ICODES 2026. Professor Haryono, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy this morning because I have chance to speak in this respectful event. And I hope communication, especially in the recent day and the future, will be better because you have made many activities. And today, on behalf as Universitas Negeri Malang, very happy. I hope your activity will be better not only for our presenters and in this forum, but also influence all the world. So Ukraine and Russia war, or the US and Iran war, maybe one of the background is less and bad communication. Based on this information, I think I very great pleasure to officially open the first international conference on communication, digital ecosystem, and society in 2026. As this is our very first edition, the entire conference will run in a fully virtual format so that colleagues from any corner of the world can take part without the constraint of travel or time zones. Our hope is for ICODES 2026 to grow into a genuine meeting point for researchers, practitioners, and educators eager to push toward the study, the digital communication guided this year by the theme communication in algorithmic society, transformation, ethics, and participation. As far as I know, the historian from Israel, Yuval Noah Harari, 2 years ago published his book by title Nexus, in which communication since the cave era until right now are very complex and need many webs. But most of people unaware about that. So these activities today are very important to us. We aware that communication as part of civilization make me better and better for life. So communication maybe can to be based of polymiology, or how we can live respect to each other and make me aware that communication are very important, not only in communication department, but also all of department. We know life in a time when algorithmic widely shape much of our public life, deciding which news reach us, how brands speak to consumer, and how citizens engage with one another online. The growing pressure of automated system and artificial intelligence
menyikapi masalah politik. Nah, ini urusannya.
Maybe our friend can, okay. The growing pressure of automated system and artificial intelligence has changed the way organizing communicate and how media industry function, while also raising fresh concern about privacy, social interaction, and the health of our democratic institution. This precisely the question ICODES 2026 has been designed to explore about it. Organized by the Communication Science Program Studi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial Universitas Negeri Malang, the conference aimed to spark religious debate, surface practical insight, and encourage collaboration across sectors so that our shared digital future remain both ethical and sustainable. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the keynote speakers who have kindly agreed to share their expertise with us in this conference. The first, Professor Merlina Lim, Canada Research Chair in Digital Media and Global Network Society, Carleton University, Canada. Ibu Profesor Yuyun Wahyu Izati Zuhro dari Departemen Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Erlangga, Mr. Jeffrey Lawrence De Silva, Deputy Director Institute for Social Science Studies, University Putra Malaysia, Dr. Aaron Ridley, Assistant Professor in Digital and Marketing Communication, Monash University, and Bapak Aris Abdul Aziz, Manager Operasi dari TikTok Go. Their insight will survey enrich our collective understanding and spark meaningful conversation throughout the 2 days of this conference. I also wish to recognize the hard work of the organizing committee in bringing this event to life together with the support of Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, our keynote speaker, presenter, participant, and every college within the Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang, who has helped make this activity will take place. Ladies and gentlemen, through this first edition of ICODES 2026, we hope not only to raise the quality of our research and publication closer to international standard, but also to build lasting network of collaboration among scholars, researchers, and practitioners working in the field of communication and digital society worldwide. To every participant joining us, I wish you a productive and enriched conference. May the idea exchange here bring lasting benefit to our academic community and society at large. With that, I hereby declare the first ICODES 2026 conference official open. Thanks a lot for your attention. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Professor Haryono, for the inspiring remarks and for officially opening the International Conference on Communication, Digital Ecosystem and Society, ICODES 2026 open. Once again, let us give our warmest virtual appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to invite our respected Rector Professor Haryono, along with all distinguished guests and participants, to join us for the official virtual group photo. Kindly turn on your cameras and give us your best smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, countdown on 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. C pose for chakra, please. In 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the keynote sessions. To guide today's keynote sessions and discussions, it is our pleasure to introduce our moderator, Rani Prita Prabawangi, S.Hub INT MSE. She will lead the sessions and facilitate the discussion with our distinguished speakers. Without further ado, Rani Prita Prabawangi, the virtual stage is now yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to ICODES 2023. Warm welcome to our keynote speakers, respected professors, colleagues. I already spot so many familiar names joining us today. Hello, friends, and my students and our participants from all around the world. Joining you from sunny and perhaps a little windy city of Malang, Indonesia. My name is Rani Prita Prabawangi, and it is my great pleasure to serve you as the moderator for today's keynote session. Bapak Ibu, 20 years ago, we asked whether digital technologies will change communication. Today, that question has evolved. We are no longer asking simply whether the technology influences communication, as mentioned by Prof. Haryono in his opening remarks, that they influence our daily life, our public life. So we are now moving to add something far more profound. How do algorithms shape what we know, what we believe, how we participate, and ultimately which societies we create together? Personally, I believe today's keynote session is uniquely positioned to help us explore that question from three complementary perspectives. We have Professor Berlina Lim, who will invite us to rethink communication itself, challenging us to see algorithms not merely as tools that distribute information, but as participants in shaping our shared social reality. And we also have Dr. Jeff. Dr. Jeffrey Lawrence da Silva will take part into the field of sustainability communication, examining how algorithmic systems influence environmental health, public behavior, and the ethical challenge of communicating for social tools. Finally, we will have Mr. Arif Abdul Aziz, Creator Operation Manager at the top. We will hear from him. He will take us closer to practice by sharing insights from one of the world's most influential digital platforms currently, where the algorithm shape billions of interactions every single day. Together, we hope this perspective from sharing applied research and industry practice will help us understand better not only how algorithmic societies function, but also how we might communicate more responsibly, ethically, and effectively within. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to welcome our wonderful keynote speakers, Professor Melina Lim. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hear you're joining us from Bandung. Is that correct?
I'm actually somewhere nearby, not nearby, closer from than Bandung. I'm in Salatiga right now. So.
Oh, is it great in Salatiga? Is it cold right now?
I don't know. I haven't been out. I just
Okay.
woke up and then here I am.
Thank you. Thank you. It is wonderful to have you with us today. And Dr. Jeffrey da Silva. Dr. Jeff is already here with us. Good morning. Okay, I'm sure he's already here. And Mr. Arif? It is okay. Mr. Arif will be joining us soon, and we are excited to hear his perspective later in the session. Okay, without further ado, everyone, we will begin our first keynote session by Professor Melina Lim. Before inviting Professor Lim to the virtual podium, let us first take a brief look at her professional performance.
Our first keynote speaker, Melina Lim, Research Professor in Digital Media and Global Network Society at Charlottetown University, Canada. This is a prestigious honor awarded by the Canadian government. Her research focuses on the reciprocal relationship between technology and society, particularly the complexity of society's relationship with algorithms. She is a productive researcher and has published numerous journal articles and international books. Her newest book is Social Media and Politics in Southeast Asia, Cambridge University Press 2025.
Okay, I think that short introduction speaks for itself, Professor Melina. We all know that she is one of the leading voices in the field of digital communication, and her research continues to deepen our understanding how digital platforms influence public discourse, civic participation, and democracy. Today, Professor Lim will deliver her keynote, Communicative Symposium. This is something new, and I'm really excited to hear more about this new, term. So before we begin, a brief note for our participants. Professor Lim will deliver her keynote for approximately 15 minutes. Immediately following her presentation, we will have a dedicated question and answer session. So I warmly encourage you to post your question in the Q&A or chat box throughout the presentation, and we will address as many of them as time follows. Saya ulangi kepada para partisipan, sesi pertanyaan akan segera dimulai setelah presentasi dari Profesor Melina Lim berakhir begitu ya. Jadi tidak menunggu tiga pembicara kita selesai presentasi baru ada Q&A. Jadi pertanyaannya silahkan dituliskan secepatnya begitu muncul di kepala. Without further ado, it is my great honor and pleasure to invite Professor Lim. Screen is yours.
Thank you so much, everybody. I think it's a pleasure, it's an honor to be part of this conference. Thank you, Prita, for introducing me. I also want to thank Ibu Yufe for inviting me and the entire organizer of ICODES 2026. So, do I have to share my slideshow, or is gonna be somebody else operate it? I suppose I could share, right? From what? Okay. Anyway, so this is a new term, my newest term. In fact, I really invented this for this event. I was thinking we will talk about it, right? And we will hear what symposis is. Symposis, which is probably don't mistakenly as a something with cis, right? But it is simple. It's symposis, and I use this term like drop it a little bit last week, no, 2 weeks ago in Padang on the Association for Professional Communication Conference. But today I really dedicate, this is my first talk that dedicated to this term in full length, right? And we'll see. We'll start with the next slide. So basically, this is the question that become the core of this talk. What happened when the infrastructure through which we communicate begin to participate in composing our collective words? Something that we didn't imagine before. Imagine like when we were like using a radio, right? Back in the day. Or let's say we didn't think that the radio would participate in our collective life. Suddenly deciding whom you meet, whom you talk with, and whom you probably date, right? This is something different as the so-called communication media, communication infrastructure has become more active ingredient in our life. Next. Next, yeah. And the first, as an introduction, I will introduce this discussion about algorithmic composition. Next. So in August 2017, in the dry zone villages of Rakhine State, Myanmar, a quiet transformation was unfolding in everyday communication. In village tea shop, where warung teh, people gather around in expensive smartphones. This is like they just acquire smartphones. Myanmar was quite behind in terms of its telecom development. Many of this is actually low-cost Chinese-made phones with Facebook already installed, the Facebook icon already installed. At that time, Myanmar was experiencing a rapid expansion of mobile connectivity, as for many first-time internet user, platform was not simply one platform among many. In fact, for most, Facebook was what going on online meant. So people didn't use internet per se. They think Facebook was the internet. People were not navigating a past internet for a very of different websites and services. They were opening Facebook, they were checking messages from family member, looking at photograph, following pages, watching videos, and scrolling through their feeds. But gradually, the screen began to behave differently. Posts and videos promoting ultra-nationalist narrative began to appearing more frequently and more prominently in user feeds, content portraying the Rohingya as a threat, spreading accusation of an impending Muslim takeover, or encouraging hostility toward the Rohingya circulated widely through the platform. For many users, these messages did not arrive as an obvious political campaigns. They appear alongside ordinary social communication updates from friends, family, photographs, community discussion, and other everyday interaction. The boundary between social connection and political mobilization became increasingly blurred. So this was not simply just certain actor produced hateful content. They did, right? They were the Myanmar military and nationalist group actively used Facebook to spread anti-Rohingya narratives, but also environment of ranking, recommendation, and amplification were designed to prioritize engagement. The next one. Next slide. So Facebook system of ranking, recommendation, and amplification were designed to prioritize the engagement to identify content that generate interaction and keep user on the platform. So content that provokes strong emotional responses, including fear, anger, and outrage, was likely to gain visibility. So the result was not that simply all misinformation circulated. The communicative environment itself was changing. Facebook was not merely reflecting existing social tension. Through its infrastructure of visibility, it's participated in shaping what people encountered. So in the case of Rohingya, participated in the killing itself, what gained attention and what become part of collective understanding. So the most unsettling aspect of this transformation was that it happened through ordinary acts of communication. It's not like you see someone, like thugs, right? No, it's just, there is like cute babies and, like very chubby kittens and And here it is, a hateful message also appear. People didn't need to search for extremist content. They didn't need to enter a political forum. They encounter this narrative through everyday practices of just simply being online. Describe algorithmic amplification, a new communicative condition had already emerged, a word being composed. The story is often told as a story about algorithmic harm. And it is a story about harm. The consequences, of course, was devastating, right? The UN, Independent International Fact of hate and incitement in a country where, for many people, Facebook was the internet. But also the story is application in algorithmic society. I come back to the first question at the beginning. What happened when the infrastructure to which we communicate no longer simply transmit human expression, not only our expression, but begin to participate in composing the condition of communication itself? Simply with they are in which computational systems increasingly participate in organizing visibility and interaction and collective life. They shape what becomes visible and what remain unseen. They influence what travel and what disappear. They affect how people encounter one another, how communities form, how publics emerge. But this is not an argument about technological determinism. I'm not arguing that algorithm actually kill. I'm not arguing that because algorithms do not act alone. Humans are not passive subject of algorithmic system. People interpret, negotiate, resist, adapt, and create. They continuously reshape the system that shaped them. The question, therefore, is not whether humans have agency in algorithmic society, because they do. The question is what kind of agency is possible when we are entangled in the system through which our collective words are composed. So in this keynote, I propose the concept of communicative symbiosis, communication as a practice of making with. Symbiosis is making with from Donna Haraway as a way to rethink transformation, ethics, and participation in algorithmic societies. My argument is that if algorithmic society organize and fragment our collective life, we really need to rethink beyond simply resisting or adapting to algorithmic system. We need to consider how we might participate more intentionally in composing and recomposing the world that we share. Next slide, and then the next slide again. The next one, yeah. Okay. So now we go to the part, the next part. The story of algorithmic society is often told as a story of technological power, right? The algorithm determine how people see, what they know, etc., etc. But while there are important reasons to be concerned about algorithmic power, I think the framing, as I said earlier, is incomplete. I think so far, critical algorithmic studies have demonstrated that, including my own work, that algorithmic systems are not powerful forces. They are with. So people do not simply encounter algorithm, they learn them. They observe pattern. They develop practical understanding on how platforms work. Next slide. They share experiences and collectively construct what scholars describe as folk theories of algorithms, which is everyday explanation about why certain content appears, why certain actions are rewarded, and how visibility can be gained or lost. So this form of knowledge matter because they reveal that users are not merely governed by algorithm. They negotiate, with them. So, for example, for Fox theories, right, workers learn how platform system allocate tasks, the develop strategies to make marginalized voices visible. Communities organize collective responses to misinformation, censorship, and platform monetization. So algorithmic society are therefore not spaces for simple domination. They are contested terrain. They are spaces where algorithmic system and human actor continuously shape one another. The scholarship has been essential because it moved us beyond two equally limited assumptions. There are two limited assumptions. One, that algorithm control everything, or the other, that human can simply take back controls. Neither is complete. The reality is more complicated. Yes, human agency persists. However, it operates through algorithmic environment that already structured by particular values, incentive, and form of calculation. So the tension can be seen clearly in contemporary political communication. For example, during 2024 Indonesian president election, political actors demonstrated increasingly sophisticated understanding of platform visibility. To coordinate networks of content creator, campaign teams circulated short-form TikTok videos that reshape Prabowo Subianto's public image among younger voters. Activists and journalists responded by introducing historical counter-narratives, right? We know that, including documentation of past human rights violation. However, we know what happened, right? We are in Indonesia, you know what happened. The platform engagement-based logic complicated this struggle. The system recognized the activities, but not intention. Criticism and support could become signal of relevance to further actually amplifying the very narrative being contested. We know who won the. So basically, so the tension is not that algorithms determine political outcomes or that resistance is futile, right? But but it reveals how political agency operates within communicative environment where conditions of visibility are organized. So their intervention represent a clear exercise of political agency, I mean activists and journalists. But it doesn't mean that is actually could stand by itself, right? Another one, for example, a similar dynamic can be observed in the case of platform worker in Thailand. So delivery careers have developed collective strategy by sharing knowledge about algorithmic management, coordinating action, and intervening in platform system. So the practices of algorithm workers, right, in Southeast Asia, Gojek in Indonesia, their intervention remain, though, however, responses to infrastructure designed elsewhere. They were not designed to empower this worker, right? They resist, but also they have to adapt to algorithmic condition rather than participating is defining this condition. So then move immediately to the hinge. This is the boundary of algorithmic agency. Next. We resist, we negotiate, right? But what happened when the agency, and the next slide as well, is understood not only as an ability to respond to existing condition, but also the capacity to participate in composing those conditions. So next slide. I just want to show the next slide. I move to part 2. So we recognize the limit of algorithmic agency that I'm talking about, right? Now I want to bring us to a deeper question: how we understand the agency itself. So much of our contemporary conservation about technology is still shaped by assumption. Human and as separate entities, and that the central challenge is determining who controls whom, right? So under this view, algorithm appear as a powerful system that threaten human autonomy, while human agency is imagined as the ability to regain control, to step outside, resist, or overcome technological domination. Next slide. But next slide. But this framing has increasingly become difficult to sustain. I argue. Our tools, infrastructure, communication system, and environment has always shaped how we think, relate, organize, imagine collective life. Technology are not simply external objects woven into our practices and our ways of being. So algorithmic society intensify this condition. Algorithm emerge from human choices, institutional arrangement, economic system, assumption, and at the same time, they are embedded in everyday life. They reshape how we communicate, make decisions, and relate to another. So we are not separate from algorithmic system. There is no way to separate, right? We are entangled. We are not like them, but we are entangled. So, but also it doesn't mean that we are equal participant in all form of entangle are desirable, right? It's not 50-50, it's not 60-40, it's not 70-30, right? But their algorithmic system are embedded within unequal relation of power. It depends on the context. They reflect particular economic models, institutional priorities, and political values. So by recognizing the entanglement, change the question we ask. Slide. The question is not simply how we regain control over algorithm, but the more difficult question is how do we act responsibly and intentionally? You cannot be totally independent. So this requires rethinking agency. Is not independence, it's not the ability of individual of group to act freely without constraint, but in a complex social and technological world, agency actually emerges through relationship. We act through network of people, technologies, infrastructure, institution, environment. Next slide. So a community doesn't need knowledge alone. It creates knowledge through communication, shared practices, and collective interpretation. So agency is not the absence of entanglement, but the capacity to act within the entanglement. So how I'm basically introducing this communicative symbiosis to ask questions, to answer the question how we might intentionally compose the condition through which communication itself unfolds, right? And therefore, I think how to shift from resistance to participation to reacting to this hateful message, this misinformation, the hoax, right? To competition and agency of a system, you cannot. But agency within relationship. Next slide. So here it is. This is the communicative symbiosis. We shouldn't ask whether collective words are already being composed. So what matter more that we leave this process entirely whether we leave this process entirely optimized around particular objective, which is attention capture, prediction, right? Prioritization, ranking system, personalization, and engagement, or we can participate more intentionally in designing the condition through which collective life. I propose the concept of communicative symbiosis. So the word symbiosis comes from the Greek root, means making with. Next slide. It refers to the processes through which something emerges not from single actor, but through relationship, interaction, and collective participation. Communication has always been a form of making with. Communities are created to conversation, public emerge through shared concern, social movement are built to collective interpretation and coordination. However, many of these practices remain like temporary, reactive, ad hoc, right? Like because you need it and then emerge. They arise as responses to crisis, conflict, and condition created elsewhere. People already practice. I'm not saying people didn't, but often without intentionally designing the condition that allow these practices to flourish. So communicative symbiosis begins with this recognition. It's not about creating something new, but about making visible, cultivating, and intentionally designing forms of communication that allow collective compose. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So you can see in this chart, the middle columns matters. The communicative symbiosis does not emerge from elsewhere. The practices are slow, verify information, care for communities, build collective knowledge, coordinate action. The challenge is that these practices that often remain marginal, temporary, reactive, they are structured within a that actually prioritize differently to intentionally cultivate them. And there are 5 design orientation for communicative voices. Next slide. The first is from speed to slowing down. Our system toward immediacy. The faster something generate reaction, the more likely it circulate. But collective understanding require different rhythms. Slowing down, meaning it creates spaces for pause, reflection, verification, and consideration. It recognizes that not every moment of communication require immediate reaction. Yes, of course, there is emergency, you immediately react, right? But you don't immediately react from vacuum, from something that is more prepared, kind of slow down kind of activities. The second is moving from reaction to reflection. Communication around response, liking, clicking, commenting, sharing, correcting is all based. Practice can be meaningful, but often communication within existing cycle of amplify. Reflection asks different question. What are we encountering? What history shape this issue?
The public demand for their
What perspectives are missing? How do we make sense of this together? The third
is to be here while arguing the legislature to pursue accountability for the tragic.
From individual expression to collective contribution. So platform organized participation around facilities. And then so everybody say, how do I make my voice heard, right? In this cacophony of noises. Communicative symbiosis shift the question. How can I contribute to a shared process of understanding? Participation became the creation of something that no individual could produce alone. Community, we need each other, not to compete with each other. We need collective voices, not individual voices. The fourth is from engagement to care, right? Algorithmic system measure interaction through clicks, comments, share, and time spent. But they are not necessarily create connection, right? All this interaction not necessarily always strengthen communities. A strong approach recognize less visible of communication, maintaining preserving memories, building trust, sustaining spaces. And the last one is moving from platform participation on participation in shaping communication. Most user participate within design, within system design by others, right? There is someone else, Silicon Valley's, interfaces and improve. Sorry. So communicative synthesis asks whether people can participate not only within communicative system, but in shaping the condition through which communication happen. So communicative synthesis here, the next slide, that's like the pipe one, right? The pipe design that I propose. So communicative synthesis is not a blueprint for a perfect communication system. It is it is like nudging you. Hey, Prita, right? Nudging you, like orientation. What if we change the way we think about participating, about more intentional participation in the worlds our communication creates? Next slide. So this is actually my closing part. Let me return to the question that opened the talk. What happened when the infrastructure to which we communicate begin to participate in composing our collective words? The answer is not that algorithm determine everything, nor is it that human can simply take back controls. I said earlier, we are already entangled. Too late, right? It's like a kawin paksa. We are already co-evolving within the system that we have created. At least in the kawin paksa, you could get forced married. You probably could escape and get divorced, whatever. Right? No, there is no way to get divorced from this. This is forever. Then we go deeper. So what we do, the question is what we do with that entanglement. Algorithmic societies have made visible that communication is never neutral. The ways we design our communicative environment shape the kind of relationship, public and collective world that can emerge. That is why communicative symbiosis matters. It's not a promise of a perfect system. It's not a solution that will eliminate conflicts or uncertainty. It is an invitation. It is my invitation to you all to become more intentional about the condition through which we communicate with another, to slow down when system accelerate us, to slow down when the system accelerate us, to reflect when system encourage reaction, reflects instead of react, to contribute to the collective when system reward individual invisibilities, to care when system measure simply engagement, to participate not only within communicative system, but in shaping the conditions of communication itself. Algorithmic society already composed. They organize attention, structure visibility that influence how we encounter one another. But composition is not something that hope will happen only to us. it is something we participate in. So it is not simply about whether we are making work together. We already are. The question is whether we become more conscious, more ethical, and more intentional in how we make them. Next slide. Algorithmic society fragment and organize. Communicative symbiosis compose and recomposes our collective words. And I think in closing, I invite you all to be a co-composer, to be more intentional, to care about what we do and how we connect to each other, we interact with each other. And only by so doing, we reclaim our human agency, our collective agency. And without agency, without really exercising our agency, actually there is no hope. But hope for the future, digital future, algorithmic future, could only sparks could only be attained if we all reclaim our agency by participating in composing our collective work actively. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Lim. It is super thought-provoking, or I'm sure all of the participants also, all of the participants has a lot of has a lot of things to think about, because my notes are full with questions. And I see that in our chat box, we already have questions. So without further ado, I will read it one by one. First, from Brilliant Anwar. How do we distinguish authentic human agency from agency that has already been shaped by the platform design? The algo activism paradox mentioned earlier. Is there a way to measure this empirically? Maybe Prof. Lim could answer, although I think Mr. Aris will be the best person to answer this, but Prof. Lim.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose I agree with you. I agree with you that well, someone from platform should.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's sort of like great questions, and I mean I could have another talk, right? Probably another hour, like probably another half an hour talk to answer that. But I think I would say I would distinguish, I would avoid to sort of like making a simple judgment, the binary. Oh, this is authentic, this is fake,
Yeah.
right? This is authentic agency, and then this is. But I think, like I said earlier, there is no way to blame or to credit platform 100% for something bad or good. But also there is no way for us to avoid that, as long as we are still user, right? So you are embedded. The notion of co-agency is very important here. So it's actually, I think, to some extent, contemporary agency is mediated, is a Brexit, right? Whether I would say whether people actually recognize how platform logics shape their action and can negotiate or redirect their logics. It's not about like, I know the logic, so I exercise my agency. It means that I do exercise my agency, because even though our result, right, might be the same, but I act intentionally by knowing what platform does. So that's what agency about. It's not about full control, but recognizing why and how, right, we actually act towards something. So I think that's the thing. And we could probably assess that empirically, access 3 level. The first one, adaptation. Adaptation is agency. I do X because the algorithms reward it. The second is reflexivity, right? I recognize that algorithm is shaping what I do. Therefore, I negotiate that, right? And I deliberately, not 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 passively. The third is even better, transformation. We, which is I think what communicative symposium is about. We collectively develop practices or relation that alter what count as effective participation, right? Like things that are not really dictated by platform per se, but still go through platform, right? So from absorption, which is no agency at all, you just absorb. Algorithmic move toward strategic adaptation, which means probably a little thing I want to, and then move toward reflexive negotiation, and then transformation. And for communicative symposium, the last two, especially being reflexive in negotiating and then transform. Not to free us, not because we cannot, like I said, right? It's too late. Udah dikawin paksa ya, udah lama. But the capacity to reflexively and collectively shape the condition of communication. Yeah, so that's my answer.
You can clarify my understanding. So it is more philosophical from your what you said. You want us to be aware, to be aware of what the algorithm do to us in the social media platform. So what's feeding us might be there are another point of view, and just by aware, not only we create something, but also intentionally seeking the other perspective other than us. Is it like that?
Yeah. So I think the first is awareness, right? You cannot practice alternative ways if you didn't really truly understand. So algorithmic literacy is very important, right?
Okay.
And when I said like strategic adaptation, that's just practicing a little bit, right? Okay, let me just one, because I know what is rewarded, and then you understand. But then when you do reflexive negotiation, that's even better, right? Because you start to think about things you don't want to do, things you want to, and things you might want to alter, but you cannot alter individually. For example, ranking system, how to alter simply alone, you eventually probably just embrace, right? Because you want to be viral. But if you are in collective, which is what you compose that, you decide collectively by understanding how algorithm work, what should become visible, what should become invisible, not just visible, to protect, right? It is basically not just simply invisible, or visible, attention, but you decide when and where you become visible, things that you become visible, and you take time, not, like I said, rather than react. Okay, there is crisis, Indonesia gelap. But what is Indonesia terang is, right? Indonesia, we criticize something, Indonesia 2040 mass, whatever. What about our own narrative, right? Reacting is easier because you don't compose, you absorb. But when you start to decide your own substance, right? I think, and then you decide, okay, no, probably it shouldn't be viral. Probably we should be invisible. Probably we should work hidden, not always visible, right? That's an active decision. And in itself, I think is a form of agency. You don't have to always win. Win in the sense of becomes totally visible. But you want to become visible on the time that you decide strategically as a collective not as a sort of like reaction, because it's tiring actually when you do social movement but you are dictated by someone else, not by us, by community. So it's actually more sustainable when you could decide not reacting. It's very like there is a fatigue, right? When you fight for justice, for example, but you are dictated all the time by some kind of crisis. Crisis, you react. You never build, right?
Okay. I still have a question, but we'll get back to my question if we have time because there are lots of questions in the chat box. Dia Turfa Ila, Ibu Dia, thank you for your insight. I'm Dia, advertising lecturer. Prof mentioned that algorithms and humans work through co-agency. In social issues campaign like gender equality or sustainability, how can organizations encourage meaningful human engagement instead of relying too much on algorithm? Okay.
Oh, sorry, I still mute. Okay, hi Dia. Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Great question. So I think the key here is to shift the goal from algorithmic visibility to meaningful participation. I think organization can use algorithmic strategically to reach, right? For reach, but also that's the visibility is about, right? You want to outreach, doing or reaching more people, but design campaigns that invite dialogue, for example, reflection, relationship building, and not just online, but also probably offline collective action. Those are meaningful participation. Those are part of what I call communicative symbiosis. In other words, you don't push algorithm because you cannot. Let algorithm facilitate connection, but don't let algorithm shape what the connection becomes. Human, let us shape what that connection become. So that's a gender equality campaigns, for example, probably could not only use algorithm to go viral, to be popular, to reach more followers, but invite members of public into storytelling, a slower form, right? Slower form, not just like, oh, 30-second, a real 30 like too short, like deep storytelling, dialogues, community activities, or collective action, like that 5 design that I've read for every single thing. Think about, yes, to have something short, like hashtag campaign, something catchy, is okay. I'm not saying don't, right? But you also have to think to alter it. What about combination about between something brief, not just at the end of itself, right? That virality is not the end in itself, but it should be a window to go to something deeper, more meaningful. How about you produce something catchy, meme, or whatever, like that is fit the algorithm visibility, and then as a door to participate in community when people actually really talk to each other, right? Curhat, right? Curhat to each other in the long one, right? Don't you think we in Curhat we could unite, right?
Yes,
But not
the
because of
Jokowi.
hate, not because of just simply fans, but because we truly want to know each other and cultivate the ethics of care. So I hope that's answered Dia's questions. Yeah.
Okay. I read 3 similar question from Manila Salwa, kemudian Mas Arif Budi Prasetya from UB, I guess, and Irsanti, Bu Irsanti. I read them 3. Prof mentioned that users negotiate with algorithms rather than simply being controlled by them. However, since platforms ultimately design the algorithms, do users really have meaningful agency? Or is that negotiation still limited by the platform power? Thank you. And then from Mr. Arif, I really find your idea of co-agency very insightful, especially in showing that users are not just passive but actively engaged with algorithms. But I'm wondering, given how powerful and structured these platforms are, is there a risk that we might be overestimating how much agency users actually have? If even resistance or adaptation can be anticipated and absorbed by the system, could co-agency end up being more about participating within the system rather than really transforming it? I think everyone is concerned about how our co-composing will actually have meaning. The clicks will stick. We beat the algorithms, and then from Irsanti, thank you for your insights in relation to concept of shifting from resistance to participation you have explained. If we exist within an ecosystem that very heavily fosters algorithmic power in unfairly positioning a certain group of people, how should we take a position of participation? Isn't resistance a way of first stepping out of an asymmetrical condition?
Thank you. Thank you so much, I think, for your thoughtful and obviously engaged questions. Ya, agak jaka sembung gitu ya. Kadang-kadang kan ada yang nggak nyambung. Kalau ini nyambung semua. Okay. And thank you, Prita. You obviously borrow my title, Many Clicks, Little Stick. It's an old, yeah. I think all three questions point out to important distinction, right? Co-agency doesn't mean equal agency. Like I said earlier, you know, it's there is no way to have 100 0, not 0 there, 100 us, or right, or 100 algorithm and 0 us. There is no such thing. There is not, you cannot simply blame, right? However, but also there is no way to get rid, like I said earlier. So user can negotiate, yes, with algorithm, but I think we recognize like that. I recognize as well that negotiation take place within highly asymmetrical structure designed and controlled by the platform, right? Because platform don't work for us, right? It's not like platform owned by companies, and I think it's understandable that company has their own purpose, right? Not that I agree with everything the platforms do, but to be very realistic, platform were not designed to to accommodate user 100%. There's various accommodation, and it is commercial entities. So, but there are things that we do, right? Negotiation, like for example, an activist campaigns may learn that algorithm reward emotionally charged or highly visual contents, but not really text, for example, right? So activists adapt its communication accordingly. That's negotiation. But the platform still determines how much of terrains of which that negotiation happen. Resistance, there is a question about resistance, can challenge that terrains. So negotiation and resistance are different. Negotiate is negotiate, you work with it. Resistance is challenge, right? That terrain by doing something different that is not native to the platform. Actually, exiting is probably the most extreme of resistance. But resistance is not always the most productive one. Sometimes it does. It depends on the context, right? Resistance, I think during the last year, 2025 Gen Z movement all over, I see actually this kind of form like trying to gain agency, right? Encrypted environment, right? Doing the liberation in encrypted environment is a form of resistance, partly resistant, right? And then I remember when certain platform was shut down, like in Indonesia, people use Shopee, like like video, like whatever. I thought it was that was like not what Shopee was intended to design, and yet there is a sort of like temporarily resist, right, to that place to make it more political. So, but transformation goes further by trying to create different forms of participation, relationship, and communicative practices. And I wouldn't see participation as replacing resistance. Participation is not just simply, oh, just because you participate within platform, it means you don't resist. That's not true, right? Because participation can itself become a form of resistance when people, user, collectively use the system while also questioning, redirecting, right? Instead of here, we do it differently. Slowing down. Instead of individualism compete for virality, we want to make viral the collective voices. That is like ibu-ibu berisik, for example, right? They are not about being famous, being, jualan apa gitu kan. Bukan salah kalau jualan, tapi ibu berisik actually speaking for all.
Unified. Yeah.
Right. Collective, right? Redefining. And then attempting to transform its condition. So the important question here is not just simply, I don't want us to simplify, do users have agency? But we always have to question what kind of user agencies are possible, right? And it's the constraint is different when you move to different political system. I mean, from Myanmar to Indonesia to Vietnam, it's different, right? But also from Papua to Salatiga, to Malang, they are different. And we, in the place where the context itself enable us to participate more thoughtfully, we must, because we do have that agency, right? So what kind of agency is possible, under whose condition, and can it become collectively transformative? That's a kind of question that we always keep asking. When you look at the context, look what all resources, look at who we are, what we can do together. That's actually, for me, is the key. I hope
Okay,
that's
so
answered all the three questions.
okay, so is it true that you said that communicative symbiosis is maybe not the best, not ideal? I mean, not the ideal, but the purpose of co-creation, co-compose is a meaningful collaboration. You said invitation of discussion despite the powerfulness of the algorithms that make Gojek win, Prabowo wins, but we still need this meaningful collaboration. Although we're not win. Is that?
I think it's just like, I think I'm not saying, because the thing we are
It's
not
like that.
winning. We are not winning in the sense of the mainstream win. What does it mean to win, right? For me, actually, personally, going viral successfully is not winning, but that's the winning in the sort of like in the sort of marketing culture, branding culture. We define winning by like that, right? But there is like for me, it's not, probably winning is not really the best term, right? The betterment is very important, making progress. So because I think, like I said, in fact, I didn't say communicative symbiosis is not the best. It could be the best, right? It depends on how much you alter. It's not perfect, what I mean. It's not like, it's not a solution, because it is a tool. Comedic symbiosis is a tool and aspiration for us to alter every single thing. So I break down into kind of design to make it clearer that, like, okay, simply to slow down together, for example. At least that's like create you one step closer to the better communicative environment that you create for us. Like, oh, if you want to create community that lasts, right? From reacting, creating hashtag than simply reacting. Reacting is good, is needed. How about shaping, right? That what do we want, right? Like I always said, okay, I actually applaud Gen Z and You are Gen Z, right? Right?
I'm a late millennial. I'm 40.
You look like you are Gen Z. I mean, something like the Gen Z things like very smart and like reacting, and I understand the urgency of reacting collectively, and I think that's needed. But what's next after reacting? You try to shape where we want to go, right? And then, okay, if certain place is dark, gelap, and
Yep.
we want to move to the lights. And so you have to think of virality within also non-virality, community building that is slow, right? You probably want to be visible to TikTok Reels and Instagram Reels, not TikTok videos, short videos, but then invite them through communities that is safe. People could talk to each other, create content that is probably longer, probably have more sort of like pedagogy, learning something, right? That's when you become visible again in 3 months or 4, 5 months, you are not moving in the circle. It's very tiring. Obviously, it's very hopeless because you are exercising, but you are not dictating your own pathways. So, and it's very hard to fight on like the notion of winning on the global level. I cannot win, right? I cannot change.
Yeah.
Like, who am I? I mean, change. But when the scale is like small, like you go to lower scale, community, local community. I'm not saying about geography because you could be connected, right, to everybody who likes certain thing, right? Like I said, ibu-ibu, young women who probably aspire to do something, right? Like climate, environment, all kind of stuff. Smaller scale, where we create pockets, where we are not united because we just hate the same thing. We are united not because we just adore one person, like political fandom, right? We are united not because we are angry together. It's good to be angry for something negative, yes. But then beyond anger, beyond emotion, beyond moments of virality, beyond explosion, you have to create everyday ethics, everyday connection of care. That's what it is. Making wit together, right? Making wit is not absorbing, but making. So that's I think a more like long-term goal. And you are winning every day if you do that. So we are not loser if you are doing. You could win every day. I'm just not, but I'm not I'm not offering a recipe like a magic, right? Like you have to do it in order to. Community symposium is not magic. Oh, you're cured. We are great. We are happy. No, we have to put it like within the step that you practice it in the everyday interaction and together. It's not individual. It is a collective challenge. Yeah.
Okay, it sounds to me like it could be a long process.
It's a long process, but do we have a choice?
Yes, we
No,
already
we have
late.
no choice, right? You do it or we are doomed.
Okay, there's another interesting question from Sahira Adisti Nabiha. The idea of communicated symposis offers a compelling way to rethink human platforms' relation beyond simple user or tool binaries. I'd love to push one dimension of it. In global South context, many users engage algorithm from a position of dependency rather than freedom. GIG workers, such as Gojek Online drivers, for instance, have their livelihood shaped directly by acceptance rates rating, just like what Professor Lim mentioned earlier. Does composition still apply in these cases, or does it more accurately describe negotiated compliance? How might the symposis framework account for this difference in agency?
Okay, thank you, because I think it's really speak directly to some example I brought up. What is that? What is the name again?
From Sahira.
Shahira, thank you so much, Shahira. So I think this is an important distinction, right? Co-agency does not necessarily imply freedom or symmetry. There is no such thing like 50-50, right? Or like I said, 100-0. For an object driver, for example, accepting an algorithmically assigned order may be a form of negotiation. But when rejecting it, threaten their livelihood, right? So their space for agency is severely constrained, right? We are talking about, like I said, we have different level. We have different privilege, right? Some people become object driver because iseng. But some people is, for other people, it is their entire livelihood, right? So there is less space for exercising agency within that particular platform. And we have to recognize our privilege, because I think those who have more privilege has moral responsibility to exercise it even more. So this is where I think communicative synthesis need to distinguish co-composition from co-determination. So thank you for bringing it up. People might participate in producing platform outcomes without having an equal capacity to determine the rules. So perhaps we can think of a continuum from coercive compliance, right? Coercive compliance says you have to be fully compliant. So there is no way to out. But that's the lowest, right? The most powerless position. And the second one is, if you have a better position, you do strategic negotiation. I'm kind of like reiterate what I said earlier. And then from that, collective negotiation, and there at the end is transformative co-composition. So the question is not simply whether people participate in the system, but whether they have capacity to reshape the condition under which they participate. And I think this distinction is particularly important in the global South context, because algorithmic dependence is often intersects with economic precarity, economic status, right? So I will not demand someone who have no economic means or time or energy, right, to hold the same responsibility. You know, I always say in my class seminar, social change, a social movement for change, never start from the top. I'm not saying everybody in the top are bad, right? But power corrupt, right?
Yeah.
Right. They are good people, but as a collective, it's very hard to move on the top. But also never start from the bottom, because you have different way and time, energy, and resources, you know. It's always start from the middle. Who are in the middle? You all are in the middle. We are in the middle. We are, therefore, right, have sort of like moral. I'm very biased, right? I have moral position. My research is objective, but as a researcher, I have this moral philosophy that I'm in the middle, and therefore I owe it to myself and society, and as an Indonesian to Indonesia, right, to be sort of like to exercise my agency. I think sort of because precisely I think co-composing, it means that relate to my capacity. The more capacity you have, the more potential that you could become a co-composer. So I throw it back to you, Shahira, to question your own capacity, right? Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the love too.
Thank you, Prof. Mer, for reminding us that we are the middle class, have the responsibility to make change, because our brother and sister in the bottom are too busy to make ends meet. It is too hard for them to make the revolution. Last question from Mega, it's a clarification of the concept, I guess. Mega wants to do a research using Boomer the concept maybe. If adapting algorithm is already a form of agency, what marks the transition from adaptation to transformation or symbiotic communication? Does reflexivity become transformative when users change how they act within a system, or only when they can participate in changing the communicative conditions such as visibility, attention, circulation, and encounter food produced by that system? Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for paying attention to exact wording. Ibu Mega. I think hello. I of course I not recognize the name. Hello again. So I think the key distinction is not simply whether users change their behavior. So negotiation is like you change your behavior, right? But transformation is also about what their action changes. You know, when they change their behavior, they act. What are changed as a result of that action? I think that's the distinction, right? Adaptation means learning to work within existing condition, right? Existing algorithmic condition. Like, okay, this is what the system rewards, so I adjust. But reflexivity become potentially transformative when user begin to questions, and especially when collectively reconfigure those condition. So adaptation is from agency, but not really making with, not yet making with in the what I call in symbiosis, right? Because making with, you change something, right? But like I adapt with, that's actually don't make with. So symbiosis, I would place symbiotic communication closer to the second possibility. This is reflexivity that become potential transformative. Not that necessarily changing the algorithm itself, because we cannot, but and not changing the fact that it's prioritized visibility, attention, and etc. But changing the patterns of visibilities, right? That we have control over what we want to become visible, not being trapped in the circular logic of visibility. So we're changing the pattern of visibility, attention, circulation, and relationship, especially because it's human to human, right? And possibilities for encounters that emerge through this through it. So transformation then is not or less about escaping the system than making different communicative worlds within, right? Within, while you are still online or within digital, and possibly sometimes beyond it. And we have done it in ad hocly, right? Like when we go to the street, when we must go to the warung, when we have to go to I'm sorry. We go to the campus, right? So in person, and things that are beyond what platform force us to do. I think that's what transformation means.
I'm sure Mbak Mega is taking notes from the Prof. Mer explanation. I already got a bombastic side eye from the organizing committee.
It's already 58, 8 minutes, too many questions, and I'm sorry I cannot answer all the questions because I
But
didn't
it's
have 5
okay.
hours.
I hope we can meet in person, have another more in-depth discussion about this communication symposium. But before I close this session, there are the last question that I think we need to hear this. So how do we conclude symposium in one sentence? From Alto Belly, from Calbis, I guess. And how do we deal with it? it's like asking for last remarks from Prof.
Is this the last remark? Thank you for the challenge. It's very naughty. I would conclude it like this. Communicative symbiosis is the collective, I emphasize, the collective capacity to make and remake our communicative words with others, and crucially, to reshape the condition that shape us. And how do we deal with it? Not by pretending we can escape algorithms, but by cultivating reflexivities, collective agency, and alternative communicative practices. Use platforms strategically, not just doom scrolling. Recognize the asymmetries of power and work collectively. Again, collective is the keywords to change what gets visibility, whose voices circulate, and how we people encounter one another. So in short, do not just adapt to, let alone just give up, absorb to the algorithm. Learn to, the word symbiosis, make with others what algorithm cannot determine for you. Thank you for making me saying those words that I have to compose immediately.
Okay, thank you very much, Boomer, Professor Lim. That last remarks from Professor Lim already conclude the session, I guess. Let's make content. Let's create our narrative. It's part of our responsibility as a human being to make a meaningful impact. We can win every day. Small win is still a win. I guess that's what I get from this session, other than the great idea.
I want to say something. I mean, you said about small win is yeah, but has to be many, right? Apa?
Yes.
Sedikit demi sedikit, lama-lama jadi rumit. Sorry, that's wrong. Sedikit demi sedikit, lama-lama jadi bukit, right? Not rumit.
Aduh, dunia sudah sangat rumit, bro.
I know.
Okay. Thank you for inviting us to rethink our relationship with algorithm, not simply as a technology or infrastructures, but maybe as a tools for our participation and collective life. Please join me once again in giving Professor Merlina Lim a warm virtual round of applause, everyone. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Prita.
Have a good day. Have a good day, Prof. Lim. Well, Professor Lim has helped us understand why algorithmic societies matter. Our next speaker will offer valuable insights into how these dynamics are experienced in practice. Maybe those who have a question how algorithm works can pose the question in the second speakers. Before inviting Mr. Aris to begin his keynote, let us first take a brief to his profile.
Second keynote speaker is leading travel and top creator operation manager at TikTok Go in Indonesia. Direct of Creator Operation TikTok. He drives strategic growth through the development and support of travel and lifestyle creators.
Okay, thank you. As a creator operation manager at TikTok, Mr. Aris Abdul Aziz brings a unique industry perspective to today's discussion. His keynote will explore the opportunities and challenges of communicating, engaging audience, and navigating today's algorithm-driven digital environment. Just like hello, Mas Aris. Bayu Fei plays a important notes about the presence of Mas Aris today because Mbak Yufe believes that we scientists scholars should learn from practitioner that the science is not only centered in university but mengular kemana-mana begitu. Mr. Aris will deliver his presentation for approximately 50 minutes. You have 50 minutes, Mas Aris, so you take your time. And just like Prof. Lim session will be followed immediately with a question and answer session. So without further ado, everyone, please join me in welcoming Mr. Aris Abdul Aziz. Mr. Aris, the screen is yours.
All right, thank you, Ms. Prita. So let me share my screen first in here. Okay. Okay, so hope everyone can see my screens. Can you guys having like a thumbs up? Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for this session. So let me introduce myself first. So my name is Aris Abdulaziz. So as you know, in the intro that I'm currently managing TikTok Go. So I will tell you about what is TikTok Go moving forward. So today's session is going to be discussing about the trust layer on creator operations and the ethic of algorithm travel marketing. So what is it? So I think let me just like directly run through first on here. So before we move forward, so let me introduce like on my experiences like in more than 10 years right now in the digital ecosystem. So I start my career as social media executive. If you know AirAsia, so back then we have this voice, now everyone can fly. So I believe each of you probably has at least one time to go with AirAsia. So then after that, I moved to Universal Music Indonesia. So back then, I also managing social media and digital marketing as a deputy manager. So if you know the song Terlanjur Mencinta or Pesan Terakhir, like from Leodra, Tera Andini, so I'm the persons behind those songs actually. So then after that, I moved to Traveloka. So Traveloka, I handle as well for the social media and I'm also community manager there. So basically, one of my key achievement is actually one of the proudest campaign that I led back then was in Lihat Dunia Lagi. So back then, if you remember, I think back to 2020, one, I guess I forgot the year, but I think it's after COVID. So basically, this Lihat Dunia Lagi is was encouraging all of the users to come back on traveling. So that is one of my key achievement back then. And also, I'm proudly like to mention that back then I also got the award from winning this social media marketing during back then on this campaign. So as of now, right now, I actually managing this new business, I would say, in TikTok. So probably, I'm not sure whether you guys are familiar with this TikTok Go. So I believe you know TikTok Shop, you know TikTok Live, right? So TikTok Go is actually a new business. So later on, I will tell you how it looks like. Okay, so before I move into the presentations, I want to ask you these simple questions. Probably, Mbak Prita, you can also join, yeah. So think about the last trip you planned. Okay, so did you choose it or did an algorithm choose it for you? So if you could remind like the path that when you're planning your itinerary, so whether is it because of that you plan it because you want it, or is it because of the influence or by the social media? So I believe everybody will agree that you guys can be influenced by the environments of the current digital ecosystems, right? So if let's say I scroll my TikTok and then probably around like 5 or 6 hours per day, probably you will get some kind of like, oh, this beach is actually very nice. So I think I should go there. Oh, I need a plan like a short escape to Bandung. Oh, there is a viral cafe. So those kind of like influence actually influence you on how you make these decisions, right? So basically, in digital ecosystems, currently in the social media, there are only two traffic sources on how you got influenced by the content that you receive every day. So right now, you can see in here like the first one is a For You page. For You page is something that actually being managed by the system through the signals. Signals means that something more personalized, something that is like being recognized you as a user. So they know what is actually your interest. They know who are the last time you engage with the creators, with the contents. You probably put some kind of trace, so like comments and etc. So those are is a For You page where the algorithm will play the role in these sections, right? And the other thing is that search. Search is the one when you got the content, you discover like something very excited. Then the next step will be like probably the next day you will search directly on what is your plan to go to Bandung, what kind of like scenario, what kind of like travel itineraries, then you will do it the searching. So within these two sources, I think the one that how social media also involved on making the decisions how you plan the trip, right? So today I would mention this like a quote that I created myself. So every day, algorithms quietly shape what we watch, buy, and where we go. So even long before we notice we are choosing it, sometimes we don't even if we don't even realize, right? Everything we decided in life, choices that we make is actually made by the algorithm itself. Okay, so today what we are going to cover in these 15 minutes sessions will be like the shift on how actually the movement of the media right now from the broadcast marketing to algorithm mediated discovery. And the next one will be like the new drive in here. So the one I will tell you about TikTok Go, what is it, and etc. So the bridge as well as my role right now on how or why creator operations exists and what it actually does. And the fourth one is about the tensions, like threefold alliance in algorithm marketing, especially for the travel industry in this case, and something probably if let's say you are focusing on your career as like career manager later on, then this is something probably can beneficial for you as well. So let's start with the shift in here. So basically, as you may already know that like a long time ago, we basically use things like an old model, I would say in here, like a traditional, some kind of like where the media buyer or brands will use this kind of conventional way on how they reach the audience, right? Through OHA, billboard, and etc. So those kind of things always still coexist right now. But actually, we have like a new model in here. I would say like something more algorithm based where contents can be like modified based on the personal users of the historical data. So they will put some signal in a real time per view. So it means that it more targeted into the specific user they can targeting. So what is the travel looks going to be like in here? So when you engage with contents, Signal will see how much time you spend, like one content, 6 seconds, 12 seconds. So it will trigger the signals that you engage with the contents that showing that you are interested with the content itself. Then it will be recorded. Then it's going to be like something algorithm will push to you. So completions and engagement, something that actually you are the one who make it happen. So it's not the brand budget. It's not like some advertisements effort. It's not only that. So basically on how you as a users also engage with the content. So this also will have like implications for the PR and digital marketing. So basically right now, algorithm play a really crucial roles on how they can deliver the message targetingly on a specific users. So if let's say, for example, you try to make a plan on traveling. Then you put a trace on what is the engagements that you left before. So probably if let's say you use like social media to save the content, then probably the next day or even the next 24 hours you will keep receiving some similar contents, right? So that's going to be like how algorithm works in here. So these all contents that you will see every day, probably right now you will see like even if you scroll after a full scroll, then you will get these contents. If let's say you are interested in travel, so about like review of the hotel, about like what is the place to go, and then also like what kind of rooms that probably will suit you. So those kind of algorithm in the social media will also influence on how you actually decide whether you're going to book it or whether you're going to visit the places. So now, if on audience in the audience side, so for the travel specifically, because I'm working for the travel industry right now, so basically it's going to be like more like I'm compressing the process. So if you if you try to visualize about the process, so basically as a users, you will do some kind of like a reset, right? So you will do some kind of inspirations and also researching on what is the travel itinerary you will going to do, and then also we compare. So compare means that you would have like a whether you would have like saving your budgets or when you have like a good um, for example, food they want to visit or try. So those are being influenced by this audience as well, by this algorithm. So it's going to be change your perspective on how you decide things, right? So the first touch point on how you decide things on this algorithm ecosystem is that the content. So content coming from the creators. Creators will create these contents among what their needs and etc. They're gonna push it to their followers first, then it's gonna be pushed by algorithm to the wider audience. Then after that, you will see some kind of like a signal. If let's say this content is more relatable to you, then you will see that, oh, I can trust this content. So probably it's going to be part of your you will add it into your itinerary. So then you're gonna have like a full plan on what is going to do in your travel. Then you will see as well. If let's say probably you got these contents, then probably your plan is not complete yet. So then you will try to look for on the platform. You will try to search. That's why where this content's gonna be influence you to probably, if let's say you are not really sure on what it's going to do in your travel itinerary, then you will try to search and compare on make it perfect like as your fashions, right? So then in here, so I would just like mention is that demand on traveling is not something coincidence. It's something that is formed by the algorithms, by the content creators, by the influence because of like you see the frequency when you see the content itself. So just to make it simple in here, you see if this diagram. So there are actually like two kind of like things that probably will influence as well your decisions. The first one is the content. Like I mentioned, this is the first touch points, right? So the content itself, you will see like, okay, do you think that you already have like a full plan? If not, that probably you will try keeping searching on what is the best itinerary you will have. Whether you're gonna considering to make some kind of decisions on whether you wanna do you still like doing the research, or do you have already like plan and then you just make a booking, right? So and the second thing is the offer. So whether the content itself, is there any offering for you to make like some kind of like decisions on purchasing the products or not. So right now, demand, especially for by brand, they actually intended to use the algorithm on how they can targeting the users very targetedly to make this kind of a demand. Then it will influence your decisions making on how you're gonna like make the plan of your travel, right? So this one is gonna be like a cycle. So every day you will see the contents. Every day you will always having these choices, but it's not purely by you, but it's also influenced by the contents you consume day by day. Okay, so right now in TikTok, there is a new piece of behavior that actually I would introduce to you guys. So basically, in a simple way, that people or users will get inspired by the contents they will see. They scroll every day, they consume probably more than 3 hours per day. Then after they got for example, the initial signals of the what kind of travel itineraries they were going to visit, then they will do some kind of research. So right now in here, this is based on internal data from what I got is actually. So more than 40 billions, they use this hashtag on travel on TikTok. So you can imagine is that a lot of people actually using this platform to find some kind of like inspirations. So they do surfing the contents, they do like, they do engage with the content itself. Then it become the interest that sending the signal to algorithm on how the contents will be delivered to the right persons. So that's actually how platform is playing the role in here. So then after that, users are given like a choice whether they're gonna like take another actions, which is discovery on searching another like inspirations, or probably to compare on what kind of like, for example, if you book a hotel, whether this hotel room is it like suitable on your budget, or whether it's also suit to your family, or whether this hotel is actually having like some kind of like unique facilities that you want to try on. So you will do this kind of discovery, right? So after you collect a lot of like information, then the final stage will be on purchase things. So right now on TikTok itself, you can actually buy the product. So it's not only doing discovery, but you can also actually buy. So right now, more than 75% of the users, they already purchase. So TikTok right now, it's not only as a discovery channels, but also becoming as a purchase platform as well. So if you remember that, I think TikTok Shop, they already have like quite sometimes in here. So you know that actually you can buy things on TikTok. So this is the same way that I'm going to introduce about TikTok Go. So right now, so let me in putting it together like on overall user journey on how they're actually using the algorithm as well as their users in TikTok, especially. I think this is also apply on the other channel, other platform as well. So first of all, you will do some kind of like discovery, whether it's coming from the For You page, or you're doing to do some kind of like saving, engage, etc. So right now, For You page is more on like a short video, right? So you will save, you will send a signal, then it becomes something that being recorded as you as a unique users. Then the next step will be on considerations. You will do some kind of like re-researching on what kind of like contents or products or places you want to visit. Then you will make the decisions whether you see the creator's content to review it, whether this is actually like something do you want to visit. So this is something that you can actually convince yourself. Then you make the actions, which is actually booking. So basically you can do the purchase of the hotels booking or attractions ticket through TikTok right now. And after that, once you finish your trip, actually you can also doing this advocacy where you can also giving some kind of a review, either your testimony or your comments about what is your experience back then when you stayed in a specific hotel. So you can recommend other people. So it's going to be like a cycle, right? So once the algorithm play this role, then you can actually make part of it, and then you can also like convince other users. Then the cycles will always be going on. So that's how algorithms can influence your travel decisions, especially when you're making a plan for travel, right? Okay, so this is the one that I'm actually very excited to introduce to you. So right now, TikTok is is the number one platform for travel inspirations and also discovery. So all in all, we have like more than 400 more than 460 million users in Southeast Asia. So a lot of them actually using TikTok as part of like travel inspirations. They do search, like I mentioned before, is actually 2 times higher in last year. So basically, more and more people using TikTok not only as entertainment like we used to know, but also for doing travel inspirations on searching. So right now in Indonesia itself, you can imagine that there are more than like a half of the populations of Indonesia users that already use TikTok in the mid age of 25 until 45 years old. Basically, those people that actually potential for the brand actually to tap in to influence themselves as well for making a booking or making a business, right? So right now on TikTok, specifically, so travel inspirations and decisions app happens every day. So if you see on the left side, those actually something that probably familiar with you. You will see that a lot of people talking about the hotel inspirations, what is like the staycation is going to be being planned, and then what is the vacations, or even if you want to have like something more excited with your group of friends, your family, and etc. Right? So in the right side, it's not only in Indonesia, but I think right now I would say if you see the Jalan Malioboro, so for my name is actually the one that is being very recognized among the users. So a lot of like users on TikTok, they look for this Yogyakarta place, especially those specific on nearby the attractions or the center of the tourist spot. Okay, so TikTok is a new services, basically the one that we want to help the users actually to make the journey seamless. So from discovery for booking, you can just actually like in one place, which is on TikTok. So probably right now, not everybody knows about TikTok Go, but actually, if you try to look back your behavior before or your experience, you can actually buy hotels on TikTok. If you see there are like locations on the left side in the content, usually our creators they will promote things that those businesses like hotels and attractions, you can actually buy um, these products through our content. So we started in 2024 right now, and then in Indonesia itself, we already like announced it. Sorry, this should be 2025. Um, then it's going to be like very excited for you guys as well if let's say you see this as part of like new opportunity, right? Okay, so the journey on how TikTok Go is working is that first you will be like receiving this kind of like format, which is the short video, the feed card. Feed card means that something that you can see directly on when you search, then you will get the product, and then also you will see the review as well. So for the transactions itself, we actually like collaborate with our official partners, which is the online travel agent. So then where the transaction is happens. So TikToks brings the value as a traffic driver. We have this algorithm to push the contents to the right persons. Then when the users consumes the content, they will do the transactions in our platform. So that's how it looks like for TikTok Go. So right now, all in all, from content discovery, we also make TikTok Go as one of like a business cycle where we can reach as many as users as possible within Indonesia. As I mentioned, that right now more than 160 millions of Indonesian users using TikTok. So we also can use this as an opportunity to influence decisions more deeply because we know our audience, we know the signals that we can use to optimize the contents that can be delivered to the right users. So this, all in all, the business itself is actually to help the travel industry more and more growing in our in Indonesia market. So right now, moving to the bridge, and what is the role me and also my team as a creative operations exists. Okay. So basically, creative operations, somebody like me and my team as well on preparing on what is really important. So for what is really important for TikTok is actually the content. So the content coming from the creators. So creators can be somebody that probably you can also be the creators. Those who already like spend the time focusing as professional travel creators as well. So those users inside of our ecosystems that are being recognized as travel creators. So those creator operations are the one who actually managing them, starting from recruitment, starting from searching on potential creators, and also doing day-to-day operations like making a campaign and etc. So those contents will be delivered to you guys as the users. Then we create impact to the business itself. So right now, on how TikTok Go making the ecosystem is that we can see that content, community, and commerce will be in one simple process. When the content, especially for travel creators, it comes to you, then it will also influence you on moving to the next decisions, which is actually discovery. Then you will see that in here, people more than 66% also searching the content of the travel, where we actually engage the users, educate them to information that the content is being delivered, and then enable them to make a purchase inside of the TikTok. So these ecosystems, without any algorithm, it will not be optimized. So our platform is actually has a role on how we're gonna like specifically targeting the right users to make the right bookings. So what is the underneath of the creator operations looks like gonna be in here. So you will see that there are four main roles. So basically, like I mentioned, we're going to do like onboarding means that we recruit creators, we find potential creators, then we engage them, we want them to be part of a TikTok Go creators, and then we do the educations to the users. Educations means that the travel inspirations, content, hotel review, and etc. So then we will group them into our community channels. So basically, creator operations right now, we also have this community that is actually part of like the whole ecosystems of TikTok Go. And then we also incentivize the creators. If you familiar with kind of like commissions, we also make a incentivize our creators in this kind of like a business ecosystem. So the business could be like quite sustainable in the long run. So then the most important part is actually the opportunity of the matching. Matching means that we find the right creators, we create the good contents, high quality contents with the right products and deliver it to the right user. So how the creator operation is doing is that we are managing the end-to-end operations behind on the result, on the outcome of the content that you're actually receiving in a daily basis. Okay, so this I'm probably presenting to you our creators right now. So in all ecosystems on TikTok Go itself, we have around like 1.9 million. It's a million TikTok Go creators inside of the ecosystems right now. But then actually we actually we managing directly around 1,000 top creators. So top creators is here actually we have this kind of like labeling and also tiering systems on how we define these creators have the capability to do some kind of like sales. Because in TikTok Go, we are not only talking about awareness, so we are talking about the low funnel, which is conversions. We want to make sure, or we want to convince our users to do the transactions in our platform. So if you see in here, so basically, creators is the fundamentals of the people who can generate contents. So these contents, we want to build trust. So trust means that we want to make very high quality contents that genuine and authentic for the users, right? So then we can also targeting the content itself to reach the right audience. Means that we know already the signal by the algorithm, then we will push it to the right users who actually need the contents and how it actually drive the motivations of the users to make the booking or transactions. That's why it's going to improve the ROI we spend. Of course, we will have like budget and etc. That's why you actually measure it whether how many contents will reach how many users, how many of the contents can generate sales and etc. So in here in Indonesia, if you see that we call it affiliate. If you are not familiar with GMV, GMV is the gross merchandise value, means like in simple way is like sales. So basically, our creators, they're not only creating contents without any commission. So basically, they are pushed to also generate sales. So even with only 0.7% of the total creators that we have, our top creators, they are actually can generate more than 51% of the GMV share. So you can imagine these ecosystems, right? So you as a user or you as a consumer actually being influenced by my creators actually on making decisions, for you to make a decisions for your travel planning. So this is just a showcase. So I'm not asking you to be a creators, but this is actually how it looks like on, for example, like Merakum. So Merakum has the highest GMV per month is 2.3 2,3 miliar in a month. So if you can imagine that these creators, they also got the commissions. Commissions is actually around like 3%. 3% coming from the total GMV that actually being redeemed by the customer. So means that you actually has like opportunity in here as a travel creators, as well as like something that you can rely on as your income in a monthly basis. So basically, these creators, I built it starting from the zero back then, back in 2024. I tried to look for one by one, and then that right now it's gonna be more automatically. So this is just how the creator ecosystem works in TikTok Go right now. And then without creators, we cannot produce contents, right? So contents that actually has this, we call it POI. POI is a point of interest. If in user face, it's called location stack. So if you are looking at the video, if let's say there is some kind of like tag locations on the left corner, so that's actually the entry point where the transaction is going to do. So right now, when you watch, you will search and then you will buy as well. So it will also in the back end influence the creator performance on creating sales. Sales means that the opportunity of growing the business itself. Then it's how actually the ecosystem looks like right now in the TikTok Go as one of the business unit on TikTok. So we we as a creator operations, we also would like to have like more quality videos to the to the users. Means if let's say we have more quality videos, we will also have more discovery and transactions opportunities in here as well. So all in all, this is just like a cycle. Like when you consume the contents, you will also have like influence on what is the next step, right? Like I mentioned in multiple times before. So the content itself can be like divided into these two types. So paid, I think I'm not sure whether you are familiar with. So we have PGC and also UGC. PGC creator videos means that those creators or influencers in a very brand terms is that where we actually making collaborations with them, right? Collaborations means that there is like monetization. There is a commercial part on it where we actually incentivize our creators to make the contents, right? So then they can create this authentic and also genuine review about the hotel itself. And there is UGC. UGC means that those users who share their experience, whether they are not using UGC means that they're not a TikTok Go creators, but they also like part of like ecosystem where they can share the content itself. So UGC still generates sales directly to the platforms, and then we give it to the official partners. So this is how the ecosystems looks like. Okay. And then this is just like the proof that contents can also make sales, not only awareness. So from this video, majority, I think the type of the contents could be more on like review, and then you will see that they are promoting the TikTok Go channels. Then there are other coming in because of this contents, because of you as the users who purchase from these contents. Okay. So right now, moving to the tension itself. So I mentioned about like how discovery channels become the conversions channel for TikTok Go, and how this algorithm push it the contents to you guys and influence your purchase intent as well as the decisions to make the conversions into this travel industry, right? So there are some kind of like risks as well in here. I would say that in algorithm ecosystems right now, creators they cannot see actually what is the algorithm looks like. What they know is that they have to create the contents on very in high quality. High quality also very unique in here. And I think in many platform algorithm works mysteriously. But the thing is that very clear is that when you create contents as a travel creators or whatever creators you are going to be, so the metrics that you have to see is that your engagements and then the watch time, whether how many people spending your time, the time to watch your videos, as well as whether or not they engage with the content. The engagement, they like it, they comment it, even they save it, or even actually they do the advocate to the other user or their friends. For example, just sharing the travel inspirations of the content from the creators to other people. So then it's going to be like the algorithms, right? The problem is that creators they don't see this. The creators they just need to always like creating the good content and finding the signal by themselves. So but we as our operations we also help them to plan this language like a guidance. We provide them some kind of like tips and tricks on how to create a good contents, what kind of like products you have to select to also like what is it called, I mean um because their motivations to be part of TikTok career is actually to get the income, right? So we as operations we also provide them some kind of the best practices and the strategy on what is like a good content looks like, what is like a product they should focus more on. So there's their time, their cost productions, their effort gonna be more efficient on how they can optimize the income moving forward. And then the second thing is about the content authenticity. So right now brand I think a lot of brand using ads, right, on TikTok especially. They use like they also doing a lot of like iterations on what is the content's going to be looks like that actually suits the brand itself. So commercial pressures can be pushed as a sponsored content over performance over honesty. So it's always like dilemmatic, but I think it's going to be like coexist in a way that we are users. We have always a choice whether we want to see this is like a very commercial or sponsored contents that sometimes it's a bit too pushy. It's a bit not genuine, right? So that's why sometimes users will see that the content creators always having, especially those the PGC creators, oh, it's because that brand pay it, then you're not giving a pure review and etc. So that is one of like the side, what is like the contents will be received by the audience, right? But it's actually as a users, you always have a choice. So whether you want to make decisions based on the algorithm push you, or you want to make a choice because you want something that you really know whether this is actually genuine. So whether this is something that you are interested on actually. And then the audience protection. So basically, as a platform, we already like creating like so many systems on doing the protections and how we protect our user and etc. Right? So in terms of like the misleading information, that's why probably in if you are a creators, probably you already know that creators cannot do overclaim. Creators cannot do some kind of like fake informations. The system will detect it, and then there will be some kind of like multiple signal as well. If let's say the content itself is not trustable, because we want to have in all, TikTok want to have this very good or healthy ecosystems where content creators, users also very happy in the platform. So we want to make the users as well as like the content or the creators as well also be in a part of a good ecosystem. So basically, platform, I believe they also like we also like provide this kind of systematic scenario and structure on how we're gonna protect this audience as our users, right? So and how it gonna be looks like in my operations as a creator operation itself. So right now, like I mentioned before, so we recognize our creators in some kind of the logic system. This logic have um, top creators in our ecosystems. I mentioned that is L3 and L4. So L3 and L4, we also have L2, L0, and L1. Those based on the creator performance. Creator performance based on the cells, but cells also proven by the high quality of the content itself. So basically, we also this kind of having this kind of like logic on how this movement to select the best of the creators. So instead of leaving the creators the guess on what is like their performance and looks like and etc. And then we also doing this like very like I think in every operations right now we do this hypothesis and also verify the data. So we are going to see whether the performance and findings can improve the creators ecosystems, whether they can also improve the content's quality to the users, as well as on how we also building this sponsor content disclosure into the creators brief itself. So it means that whenever we brief the creators to do some kind of like content activations, we want them to also disclose to the users that this is something probably if let's say they put the promotions or discount, so they need to make sure that the information is not misleading. The information is actually valid based on the periodic of the promotions where the brand came in, right? As well as like we wanna doing these escalations of the path. We wanna giving the creators like a direct channels to reflect the contents or brand and ask that feel whether this is actually misleading or not. So this ecosystem is like a cycle where creators, contents, users can improve the ecosystems in a daily basis. Creators they can create the contents which is very that we want is high quality and authentic as possible, and then users can also give the feedback whether this content is relevant or not, or the content is misleading. So a platform will see this like a loop cycles. It's always like being optimized every day, even every seconds. Okay, so then comes into the path forward, means that something that I from what I have actually explained to you guys about all of the great ecosystems, the contents, how it influence your as you as a users as well. So I will just like making into one this simple model. So signal, structure, and trust. Signal means that we know actually that algorithm works very structurally about like how actually can giving some kind of like signal to the platform itself for the contents and user engagement. So then we know that what kind of things could be optimized in terms of the contents. Whether you need to push on your watch rate or engagements that become as signals as one, and how we probably later on moving forward you be like the brand manager or the social media manager on whatever that you role moving forward. Then it's going to be help you to understand on how it's actually works in the platform. And then the structure itself, that we know that as a creator operations, we also need to make some kind of like in environments like very healthy. Like healthy means that you can create this kind of tiering systems. You can create some kind of this positive competitions inside of the creator economy. So then you can see whether these creators can always like improving themselves and always learning, and then how they become like what is it called, true travel creators that being accepted by the society. And then the third part is a trust. So we basically want have this good ecosystems inside of like the business, right? So we also protect the audience by having the creators producing the content that is actually authentic and then not misleading, always relevant to the audience. So there's actually something that platform expect for the creators. And then we also expect if let's say users they can have a choice to always report or doing some kind of the feedback. So by doing this we can see that even for managing the top creators, 1000 plus creators that is in our management right now, even with only 0.7% of the total creator populations. So 1K among of the 2 million creators already joined our ecosystems. our top creators, which is the L3 and L4 travel creators, who can manage at least 56 million sales in a month, they actually part of like they actually can dominate like more than 51%. So as the creators, this business is not only as like a content for entertainment, but also as a source of the income. So those creators basically having this kind of like belief with the business and how they can also help the users. So in helping means that we want to make the user journey more seamless with the only like if let's say back then you need you see the content, you search, then you have to go to outside of the platform to make a booking. But right now with TikTok Go, you can actually do it in a seamless way within the same platform, from discovery to even like doing the transactions. That is where the creators come in as the first touch points. So final statement from my side. So algorithm scale the reach means that they use the contents to reach as many as possible of the users, from 160 millions of the users in daily basis. We want to reach, sorry, wait. We want to reach as many of the possibles of the users. So these contents can be consumed by so many people, right? But operations earns trust, means that we have the systemic system on a systemic ecosystem, like how we optimize our creators to produce authentic contents. We also like make the ecosystems within the users also being trusted as well, right? So in an algorithm society, the platforms that win long terms won't be the ones that optimize distributions the hardest one, but they will be the ones that build the human infrastructure to keep that distributions honest. So means that we will have like a really good, healthy ecosystems as well. So that's all from my side. I think hopefully you guys can absorb all of the information in here. So probably I will go back to the present to the hospital.
Thank you, Mas Aris. Your presentation definitely give us a glimpse of how TikTok works, how the content creators work. I mean, the competitions are crazy. I'm amazed that there are millions of traveler content creator, but not even 1% of creator captured over the half of the GMV. There are already several questions on the chat box. I will read it from bottom to top, because at the bottom is those who like just like me, curious about how the algorithm works. First of all, there are Ibu Azalia, Isidora Serra. Thank you for Mr. Aris for the insightful point of view about the digital ecosystem. I'm super curious about how exactly the algorithm works, so that every time the algorithm can bring us back to some content we have seen before without we even search it again. Like in examples, we can talk about TikTok itself. Would you mind explaining a little bit about how the algorithm works into our social media? And Mr. Arif Budi Prasetyo is also talk about algorithm. I'm curious, do you think users are really discovering what they want, or are they actually being shaped to want what the algorithms keep showing them? Monggo, Mas Arif.
Okay, so let me answer that first. Okay, so I think all in all, like everybody knows that algorithms actually, there is like this stigma. So people will think algorithm works mysteriously, right? So even if, let's say, for example, creators and users, from creators side, they don't know what is how actually the algorithm works, actually on how they can optimize the contents, and then they want to use it like part of like the strategy, right? But the signals that we receive as a platform is that I think when users, do they engage or not, do how many times they watch the videos, so those kind of things is the key things that I think right now gonna send the signal to the platform. Whether if let's say I'm not sure whether you are. I believe you're a TikTok users lah. So in the TikTok, as a TikTok users, you can actually see there is a setting right inside of your account. So there is like this interest. Even if let's say you just register as a TikTok user, so you will get this kind of like verifications in the very beginning. What is your interest? So those kind of things will also send a signal. So signal for the algorithms not only coming from the contents but also coming from you as a users on what kind of content that you would like to see, what kind of like topic they want to see, so what kind of like what is it called interest that you are spending your time to engage in, etc. So all in all, algorithms on especially on the platform itself works like this. So this is not like fixed formula, yeah, because I as an internal I don't know as well, like actually like what is like being work in a system on very complex. So algorithm is actually very complex. But what we can understand right now, as a public user, is that algorithm works based on a signal. Okay, signals coming from the content, signal coming from the users. Those signals are received by the systems to see whether the content is relevant to reach the right audience. So you as a users can receive these contents even without you are searching, like the questions from the second ask. So you as a users actually being consumed by the platformism, by the algorithm as well. The more you spend your time, the more you engage, the more accurate your algorithm you are receiving. And you can also have the choice whether you wanna block, for example. You don't like the contents it's coming to you, right? The more you engage, the more you give in the feedbacks, the more accurate about like the content you can consume. That's why the more spent time you will use a TikTok. So hopefully that can answer.
Okay, I know that you said that algorithms works mysteriously. Even you who works at TikTok don't know exactly for sure how they work. But I'm curious, how it's likely. I mean, the possibility for someone who wants to work in a social change advocacy, for example, who created a message and want the message to, travel to the opposite uh, quote unquote community, like for example those who want to advocate people about overconsumption from the algorithm logic. uh, I suppose it is so unlikely that kind of content will travel to someone who loves looking for a review or love unboxing or shopping haul or anything. Or is there any slim maybe possibility that it might goes beyond, so that we still have hopes to make a betterment, just like what Prof. Mer said, Mas Aris?
Okay, so right now I only giving you some kind of like simple way on how you guys can understand algorithms works, right? Based on the signals on how you spend the time as a users, on how actually creators can also like create some kind of content that trigger these signals, right? So right now, if let's say you are as a brand owner, for example, so you have this product, then how actually this product can be delivered through the contents you are aiming to the right audience. So in TikTok, we believe that reach, it doesn't mean it's a right audience. Big views, it doesn't mean that those users are actually relevant. So right now, as a brand owner, for example, you have a hotel in Bali, then you hire like a professional social media manager to create the contents, and then these contents you research, you do some kind of like you know exactly what is like the users you gonna be gonna be likes from your contents, right? So first thing first, as a creators, from creators is as well as like from the business owner who hired this social media manager. So if let's say you have the pool of the followers, those content will goes to your followers first. So if let's say your followers engage spend the time, like I mentioned multiple times, that signals could be coming from the users or as well as coming from the creator itself. So, so basically, as a brand owner, you want to reach as many as users as possible, right? Because it's going to be like good in terms of like, for example, if you have a campaign that is more objectively on spreading the awareness, then it's actually good to spend a lot of like investments and then reaching a lot of like users, right? So these contents, how to trigger the algorithms to spread a lot of light to wider audience, is that first you have to know on who is actually you are targeting, who is actually your followers, what actually they like, what is actually they're gonna interest with, to spend the time and engage and etc. So once you know this, then the algorithm will pick it. The algorithm will see the signals and then spread out throughout those followers, and then the wider audience who can actually who probably engage with the audience itself before. So those contents can be spread out massively. So of course, algorithm can also be hacked. We know that there is an ads investment that is like this kind of like coming from the brand effort on how they can actually produce the content and spread out massively, right? So in digital platform, as a users, you can create by your own contents organically as a UGC, like I mentioned. UGC means that you just like probably you are a daily people who just want to share some kind of inspirations to your friends, etc. by making the contents. But actually, you of course you will be happy if, let's say, so many people will watch your video, right? So you can either making it very organically engage with your followers, or you can actually invest some kind of like ads. Then these ads can actually trigger the algorithm, whether it's gonna be like spending or vetting into the wider audience. So if, let's say, you want to understand algorithm, you have to try it basically. So that's what I can say.
Okay, so what I get is that how a content could pop up in your FYP is maybe because you are their target audience from the creator's POV. Even though you are not someone who are interested in that particular topics. Is that correct? Because I swear to God, my search on TikTok is about Tai Chi or yoga pose for back pain, but yes, and yet I'm not immune from that travel content. Okay, let's move on to the next question we got from Ibu Dia. Thank you, Mas, for your presentation. I'm Dia, a lecturer in advertising. I'm very interested in your POV as an expert in advertising. Earlier on your sites, it says that discovery starts with content. In your opinion, should brands stop thinking like advertisers and start thinking like creators? Does traditional ads still relevant in this new content creating universe?
I think I would say we cannot stop it both way. It could be like a coexist, meaning that you have I think back then a lot of like a lot of brands probably they don't see creators as part of like potential advertisement channel, right? They will use like basically spend ads more, and then they will reach as many as possible to spread all of the awareness, right? So from my side is that I would suggest that those efforts should be in balance on what is again back to your objective. If, let's say, your objective is spread awareness massively, definitely you can have these two choices. First, whether you have this advertisement with a amount of budget that you can spend, which is you can also setting like the target audience and etc. Right, so more targetingly. So usually these ads also have this what is it called, power to reach as many as audience, but there will be cost there, right? So the I would say it's not bad, but I would say like the other side of hacking this ad is that right now, I think right now people is being influenced more by the real people who actually invest their time to create contents rather than the ad sponsor. So if let's say your objective is just awareness, I think it's fine. You can set like how many frequent the content ads that you spend many times for the users. For example, I'm a users that we are targeting through your ad investments. You can set like, for example, 3 times I will see it, right? But it's actually you are hacking the systems, right, by spending the ads. We as a platform, we provide you these tools as well, right? So that's why you can invest. So whether or not like you think you need to start thinking about creators as part of like your reach channels, I think should. So right now, um I would just give it an example on travel, yeah, because that is my expertise right now. So more people actually being convinced by the creators itself because they believe the contents is actually genuine. They believe that organic reviews will be more convince them. So whether so they can do some kind of actions. So it's not only about awareness. Usually, but I think there are so many strategy. I can talk a long day in here about how you guys using the creators, right? If let's say your objective is just like, so in a simple way like this. So you are if let's say you are aiming to have this kind of like creators strategy, then you will see as well first what is the objective. If your objective is actually being more on awareness level, so I think you can engage with the macro or mega creators, but that's it. But the distance feeling between the creators with the users, it's going to be like too big. Usually, if let's say you are aiming more awareness, you will use the bigger things of the creators. The distance between the feeling of like whether you are influenced by the contents being created, it's going to be quite far. But if let's say you are using some kind of like, if your objective is actually for more sales, for example, on the lower funnel, I would suggest that you probably mix it within like any tips. Usually brands will use nano creators because nano creator is just like us. It's like a friend who recommend to you, right? Nano creators can be everybody, but nano creators can be in a you can play with the volume of how many, or you can play with thousands of the or nano creators. But those creators, I think it's more having more like a capability to convince the user to do the actions. So all in all, I will say that those efforts being doing the ads advertisement as a brand or sponsor content ads, as well as like the creators investment, I would say that right now you have to think about it, because I think creators right now is being more powerful. It's not only bring only on awareness, but even with the new business like I introduced to you about TikTok Go, they can even give you sales directly, right, to the business.
Yes, those creators gives us sense of honesty, like raw, just like a friend's recommending something. So it is more trusted than, advertising with a polish editing and someone so beautiful.
Yeah.
I, I'm a homebody. I don't like to travel, but when I'm looking for a review of something like a lipstick, I prefer someone who doesn't look that much pretty, just like me, an ordinary people. I think
Yeah.
the logic is kind of there, right?
Yes, correct. So that's why
Uh,
actually on
mhm.
TikTok, like let me add some things, Prita. So on TikTok itself, we really value on how authentic the content is going to be looks like. The more authentic, the more relevant to the users. Usually, it's just like I would say they to daily creators, means that they are very close to you. It feels like you're watching your friends talking in a video call, for example, and then they are selling it. They're actually starting story, right? But actually there is an agenda for them to sell the products. So it's just like how algorithms there is this a term So it's very famous with the creators, which we call it like I forgot. One take okay. So this method is a one take okay, means that you shoot directly, like can be shaky sometimes, can be like a real, you just talk directly, there is no editing, you just like take directly talking to the screens like with your friends, and then you show the rooms and what is the facilities, what is your experience in genuinely and authentically. So this one take okay, most of the creators use it, they try in every forms, they try to edit nicely, they try something more commercial on this side. But this something that also coming up from the trend that I see is that from this one tech okay, they know exactly what kind of a content that if let's say it's genuinely, it's more relevant, it's just like you as a friend making like a video call, probably it's not going to be need to be like a very high commercial, right? So as long as you know that what is actually the user's needs or your friend's needs, if let's say you want to travel to this hotel, then you tell them actually without any effort of editing, it's fine. But of course, creators, each of them, they are unique. They have their own style. They have their own principle. They have their own idealisms. So from what I can suggest to the creator is that do whatever that works for you. You know your audience best as a rather than me as a platform can see from the back end and data and etc. But you are the one who face them directly, you are the one who engage in daily basis. So what I suggest all in all is that first you have to know your audience first. Second thing, you have to know your winning content style so you can also engage them. And the third thing is that be honest on whatever the review that you are creating through the contents to deliver it, and then audience can take it. So that's all, Prita.
Mas Haris, you make content creating sounds easy. You make me feel like I could be a content creator.
Everybody can be a content creators.
Nah, not me. Okay. We wrap on the last question from Brilliant Anwar. You mentioned signal structure trust as a working model. In practice, when short-term GMV, gross merchandise value, performance, and long-term audience trust pull in opposite direction, how does the creator operations team actually decide if there is a formal escalation process or it's just individual adjustments goal?
Okay, so first of all, we cannot see whether I wouldn't say we cannot see lah. We can see a potentials coming in whether this content can generate sales or not. But we cannot control is that the user's decisions, right? So this is something that we cannot control. What we control, what we can control is that we collect the data, we can do analysis. For example, oh, this type of content specifically, for example, I will mention one of the cases that if you're a creators and then you are your audience is actually more premium users, for examples, and then you don't promote this 5-star hotel, so you cannot promote it like a budget hotel, it's different, right? So the way you understand like who is the target audience when you create the content for these luxury hotels, you have to understand what is actually your audience, target audience, those who are from what I know right now, those who wants to visit or to enjoy the 5-star hotels, those people, they already have the money, they don't care about like the price, they don't care about like the promotion, probably it's just like a small things for them. So how you convince as a creators to create the content is that you have to highlight what is the most important for the users, which is usually for 5-star hotel is like the facilities, how they can actually enjoy with the services, how you as a creators can also showcase those, right? So for example, a lot of my creators, they will engage with the front desk official, they will just like go like a simple conversations. Okay, what is, so without telling the users, you will see these receptions, for example, very smile, very friendly. So that's how you actually convey the message that, oh, this hotel has a good service. You don't need to tell, oh, this hotel is good service, you have this and this and this. You just show them with authentically, then when they convince, they will do the actions. Means that whether they will directly purchase or they will save first and then they will do the purchase later on. So as long as, so first thing first, as the creators, they don't create the transaction directly. They create the signals of the users to at least leaving the trace, whether they comment, save, and etc. So after that, the users will get a lot of like the similarity in terms of like on how algorithm will push the same. Push algorithms when you as a users to do some kind of actions you will be pushed like in multiple ways, right? So algorithm works mysteriously. You probably don't know like, oh, I searched this content after I watched the content in 2 days ago, and suddenly you receive this, and suddenly you actually have the plan. And after that, that is the point where the contents come to you in the right time, actually when you need to travel. So then you do the purchase things. So then it comes to sales, something like that I can mention to you guys.
Thank you, Mas Aris. It's already 14 minutes past 11. Thank you for your insightful presentation, sharing valuable industry perspective about how the new advertising landscape, how how to make sales through social media from TikTok. And I also extend our sincere appreciation for your participation, for your question and active engagement. Everyone, so we have explored communication and algorithmic societies from different perspectives. From Prof. Merlina, we learned about the relationship between humans, communication, and algorithms. He reminded us to be more aware. And I guess what Mas Aris highlight in his presentation should be broaden our awareness, because how we engage to the content is recorded by the platform and what they use to feed us in the FYP. And of course, it will influence about what we know and how we view the world. As for our keynote speakers, Dr. Jeffrey Lawrence da Silva will help us bring today's conversation in full circle by connecting algorithmic communication with sustainability, ethics, and behavioral change. But before I invite Dr. Jeff, please join me to give a round of applause for Mas Aris. Thank you, Mas Aris, for
Thank
joining
you,
us.
everyone. Hopefully we can connect to my LinkedIn, okay? See you guys.
Yeah, see you. Have a good day, Mas Aris. Everyone, Dr. Jeffrey's keynote reminds us that the challenges of algorithmic societies extend far beyond the beyond the digital platforms. They ultimately shape how we respond to some of the world pressing issues right now. It's the environment. Before inviting Dr. Jeffrey to deliver his keynote address, let us see a brief of his profile.
As we come to our final keynote session today, it is now our privilege to introduce Dr. Jeffrey Lawrence da Silva, Deputy Director, Institute for Social Science Studies, University Putra, Malaysia, with expertise in human resource development, well-being, and sustainable development.
Okay.
Hello.
Can I share my slides?
Yes. Do you need our help?
I think I'll share from my side.
Okay. Oh, The committee will help you becoming a co-host. Everyone, if you have time to Google search Dr. Jeffrey, you will see his long-standing commitment to research on sustainability, behavioral change, and strategic communication. And today, I hope you will help us explore how algorithmic systems shape sustainability narratives and influence public behavior, Dr. Jeff. It's already okay. The slide is ready, Dr. Jeff. You can start your presentation. 50 minutes, fully yours. The screen is yours, Dr. Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me around for this conference, the international conference focusing on communication, algorithmic society, transformation, ethics, and participation. I believe this is not an easy topic to handle, especially from someone as for me, I'm not from the communication field, but I'm more towards human development, well-being, and pertaining mostly on economic issues. But I'll try my very best to deliver on this topic on algorithmics, ethics, and a sustainable society. So the opening remarks, thank you once again to the organizing committee. Okay, for having me around. So this conference has chosen a very big theme on algorithmics, changing the communication ethics and public participation. So before that, I believe that many are here who are very knowledgeable. I'm truly humbled to be here with all of you all today. But I believe there are also a few students who are participating, and I do not want them to miss out trying to understand some key terms, especially when you talk about algorithm. So what do you mean by algorithm? So for those who are not familiar with this term, including myself, I have to apologize, or I would like to declare that I also didn't know much about algorithms, but algorithms generally is very easier. It's just a step-by-step instructions for solving a problem or completing a particular task. But now we are talking about algorithms in the field of communication. So how do we try to link? Because if you look at the literature, we know that algorithms is very much focused on people who are computer based. We are talking about technology engineers. We are talking about data scientists. So the role now is how we are trying to see this algorithm will be helpful also for communication. So I believe those who are in the field of communication, the most important thing that you all could play a major role will be putting in the right content, putting the right content so that the message delivered to the public or to the policymakers are in line with your theme of your conference, that is ethical, and people will be able to really perceive them as something to be truthful, because we know that algorithms can create wonders for us. Some information that is deemed to be false, it can also made it to be true. So we as communicators from the field of communication, I believe that this is the paramount role that we need to play, that we will be able to create content that will be helpful to human beings so that they will not be misled by misinformation or false information. So let's look at this. So this is important because my topic will be covering on environment specifically, because I'll be touching more of environment communication. So let's look at this sentence. The algorithm does not just deliver messages about our planet, but more and more it decides which version of the planet we see. This is important, not only from where I'm coming, that is in Malaysia, in Indonesia as well. So in Indonesia, for example, there are places that are overdeveloped, there are places that are underdeveloped, and there are places, So the algorithm will portray to us, which messages we intend to portray. Do we intend to portray the good side of Indonesia? Do we need to portray the bad side of Indonesia, and so forth? So this is the role that the algorithm will be able to do, because it says that the algorithm will not only deliver messages about the planet, but it also decides which version of the planet we see. So this is an important key point that you need to understand, that's why the conference has chosen the role of ethics is important to ensure that we are telling the truth. Okay, we are telling the truth because we know that technology advancement has made life easy for us, but at the same time has also brought disparity or hardship for us. So this is the role that we need to play. So we can see that of course, when we talk about algorithm, we will link it with something that has to do with technology. Okay, we will say that it's a technology. But however, if you look at the current technology that we have, just say a phone, a platform, or an app, it will just be a tool. Okay, it will be the pipe for us to do something. But when you look at the word algorithm, it is no longer playing the role of a tool anymore. It is becoming more of an author, okay? More of an author because it helps us to story about our planet, about the place that we come from, about our climate, and about our future. So this is the key thing that you need to know, that algorithm, my first key point, algorithm, when you talk about algorithm, it is no longer playing the tool as what technology normally does, but it is more like becoming an author. So when you say an author, that means an author is able to do wonders. Okay, is able to do wonders, whether to talk about a false narrative or whether to speak about a truth narrative. So it all depends on the author. So let us, in the next hour, I'll be trying to cover 6 main topics. First of all, we will be seeing that how algorithms will be able to shape sustainable narratives, because I'm coming from the field of sustainable development goals. So my focus will be on the 3 dimensions, that is on our economic, on the planet, as well as social. So here for today's talk, I'll be focusing more of taking charge of the planet. So that's why we want to see how algorithms shape sustainable narratives. The second part, I'll be looking at the changing behavior in the age of algorithm. The third is what I term as the sustainability trap. And the fourth, the ethics of algorithm-driven sustainable communication. The fifth, strategic communication that truly engages population. And also, last but not least, case studies and lessons. Okay, let's go into the first part, algorithmic societies, the big question. So we know that in the past, probably during my younger days, okay, when we want to know about something, what would be, just say we want to know about environment, what would be our source of information? Probably during that time, we have newspaper, okay, we have radio, we have got television, okay. So you can see that in this context, when you talk about newspaper, radio, television, we have a person, a human editor standing between the message and the audience. Okay, so we have during that time a journalist, a producer, probably an institution with a reputation, and the human editor will make the judgment. Okay, is this important enough to share with the public today? So that was in the previous context, but currently the role has fundamentally changed. Okay, we can see the role has fundamentally changed because we can see now recommendation system, ranking algorithm, and personalization engine now sit between the message and the audience. So in almost every digital space we occupy, platforms have become the gatekeepers. Okay, we know that platforms have become the gatekeepers of environmental information flow. So this represents a genuine historical shift. Okay, a shift from editorial curation, which is based on human judgment, toward engagement optimized, a new trend. Previously, what is to be published will be determined by human judgment. But now we have given this this decision making into a machine, to calculate, and then to influence our mind to create the content. So that is the first thing that you need to know, that the paradigm shift in the way we do things are changing over time. So because of this, when we talk about environmental communication, so environmental communication, we will look into how things are moving from time to time. So first of all, why sustainability is a good example. So we know sustainability. So environmental communication shows the conflict between what spreads online and what is true or useful. As I mentioned earlier, if you intend to portray Indonesia to be something good, we can of course highlight all the good things about Indonesia. On the other hand, if you intend to portray Indonesia as not to be so good, we can portray all the things that are not good in Indonesia. So we can also look in terms of sustainability and environment, because as a foreigner coming from Malaysia, we are always so excited to go to Indonesia because it is always been portrayed that Indonesia has got such a greenery area. So we are so excited to see how they are able to, to take care of their land, okay, to ensure that the land is protected and so on. So that is an example of things that are changing over time. So if we understand how algorithms handle sustainable messages, we understand a lot about algorithmic society as a whole. So I just give you an example of environment, and then looking at your own country, looking at Indonesia, we'll be able to see the changes that is happening, the changes that are happening. Or just say if we intend to boost tourism, what we need to portray and what we should not portray. So if we are able to understand this, I believe that you'll be able to understand as a whole in whatever situation that we are in. So let's go into the next part, that is algorithmic communication and sustainability stories. How platform shape what we know about the planet. So we know that recommendation system, ranking algorithm, and personalization engines now sit between messages and audience. So this is important. What do we recommend? Okay, how does the algorithm rank them, and how does the personalization engine now sits between messages and audience. So we can see what I've mentioned earlier. There is a tremendous shift from human judgment, that is using the thing, into having more of machine making decision, machine to make our decision for us. So we know that so algorithm does not just distribute stories, they favor certain narrative shape, the urgency, the conflict, and the spectacle. Okay, so you can see that slowly the systemic environment stories are structurally disadvantaged next to dramatic visual ones. So narrative selection quietly shapes the public's mental model of what climate change actually is. Okay, so climate change content on video platforms. So you can see that short form video has become a major arena for climate discussion, debate, and activism. Okay. And then algorithmic creation tends to formally emotionally intense, visually striking content. And there is a complex mitigation, policy and systems level topic receive comparatively less algorithmic reach. Okay, let's look at this. The upside. So, and this okay, I think this one is not. Wait, let's go into. Okay, let's go into the next one. The changing behavior in the algorithmic area. So, to properly understand behavioral change, we need to start with some basic theoretical foundation. So this is, I'm coming from the field of sustainability. I think it is important for all of us to understand this theoretical understanding, that if you look at the COMB model, talks about capability, opportunity, motivation, and behavior, and also the social cognitive theory. Okay, social cognitive theory. So these are all the theories that I believe is important for you to develop the underlying framework for you to explain your story. So in practice, okay, we can see that there are three common examples. There are three common examples that we can use. First is on the personalized carbon footprint feedbacks. Okay, carbon footprint feedbacks. And then you can see that in the the second will be on the targeted social proof prompts. People near you choose the lower carbon option. And the last will be game like sustainability challenges shown through recommendation system. So So now there is a genuine opportunity here, which I like to call precision at scale. Okay, precision at scale. Personalization can match messages to a person's value, habit, and readiness to change. And then real-time feedback can reinforce small wins as they happen. And algorithms can reach audience that traditional campaigns never touch. But then there is a serious limitation because high engagement numbers do not mean people actually follow through. Okay. Even though you can see that there is a high engagement, it does not mean that there is a change in behavior, that people are willing to but algorithm often reward variety instead. So this is an important thing that you need to say. So an example, a game like a sustainability app. Okay. So it is written that habit building and gamified application clearly show that personalization can successfully build short-term routine. Okay, short-term routine. But keeping users genuinely engaged over the long term remains the hardest problem of all. Okay, lasting change, not just getting people to start, is the real final test of impact. Okay, so the challenge for us is how are we able to ensure that people will be sustainably inclined, aligned to what we are trying to portray. So what the evidence show, algorithm-driven prompts work best when paired with social proof and common community accountability. So this is important. When you develop your prompts, make sure it is paired, it is coming together with social proof and also on community accountability. Okay, then they say that nudges. Probably you would ask me what is meant by the word nudges. So nudges will be just like any small change, any small change, okay, that you present that stirs, that inspires people to work to a particular decision. So this is important, that you need to have more nudges that is aimed, okay, individual working less than building into social group. So in short, behavior change is fundamentally relational. It is not merely informational, no matter how well designed the information may be. So the key thing is people must be able to relate. People must be able to relate what you are trying to portray so that there will be sustainability in their interest. Okay, next. Okay, so what could we do? So algorithms can spark. Eco-friendly action, but struggle to sustain it alone. So lasting change needs support beyond the feed, okay, beyond the algorithm. It needs a change in policy. It needs community engagement, and it also needs the infrastructure to be there. So the tension points to something happening deeper inside the feeder itself. So next, I hope that from my second point, we are able to see, we know that algorithms can genuinely spark eco-friendly action, but the key thing is consistent struggle to sustain, okay, to sustain the action alone without additional support will not be able to will not ensure that the algorithm will be able to sustain. So we need support. Okay, we need support that extend beyond the feed itself, So what is important is the policy must be there, the involvement of community, and also the physical infrastructure. Okay, next we go into the sustainability trap. Okay, this section. Okay, this section. Okay, I believe the intellectual heart of my argument today, I want to introduce to you a new concept that is known as the sustainability trap. So what is this sustainability trap? So this is the paradox where algorithms boost environmental context visibility, but not its depth. Okay, there is a high reach, but what is lacking is on the retention. Okay, on the retention. Okay, we do not want a situation where there is a high reach but lacking in retention, because what is more important for us to have retention rather than having a big number. Okay, what we need is the retention. So when we talk in the field of economics, so this is a structural feature of economics, not the fault of any individual communicator. So how does the attention economy works against depth? Okay, depth meaning retention. So we know that, okay, when we talk about attention economy, okay, by its very design, it works against depth. Okay, platforms are engineered to maximize time spent and engagement, not human understanding and not real world result. So when we talk about the environmental sustainability, we know that one thing that comes into our mind is the climate change. Okay, climate change. So climate change is quite a very complex issue. Okay, and it does not can be settled into high engagement formats. So what survives the algorithmic selection process is very often the simplified version of a story, the emotional version, or the most dramatic version available. So this is the choice that we have to make, okay, whether we want something to be simplified, simple to understand, or whether we want the element of emotion coming into picture, or we want a dramatic picture of that is what we intend to portray. So okay, so the structural dynamic produces something which is known as the performative environmentalism. So what is that? What is performative environmentalism? So eco content built to look good and signal identity more than to deliver substance. So because of this, we are trying to come out with this concept known as sustainable lifestyle. So sustainable lifestyle content can come to value looking good over having any real proven environmental impact. So again, we see that, and this focus on image and appearance can crowd out real substantive engagement with policy and systematic structural change. So next, I want you to bring the concept of greenwashing. So when you talk about greenwashing, that means we know that something green is good, but it becomes, when you say it is greenwashing means we are trying to portray something that is not good to be good. So greenwashing amplified by algorithmic reach can be purchased outright or gained through clever tactics. Okay, you can have clever tactics, giving greenwash corporate claims for far more visibility than they honestly deserve. Warm, emotional, appealing brand stories very often beat careful but less exciting disclosure. So platforms rarely verify environmental claims before they amplify them to millions of users. So this is important because we know that with algorithm, we are able to do many things. So we must ensure that the concept of greenwashing does not occur, because if it occurs, what happens will be, of course, in a short run, you'll be able to gain your audience, but in the longer run, the key idea of retention does not take place. So this is important as we as content. So we also see misinformation and climate denial in the feed. Okay. Contrarian and denialist content can get high engagement simply because it is controversial. Okay, simply because it is controversial. Because we know that controversial itself controversial itself is a powerful engagement, right? Sometimes people like to, when you have social media, they would like to create controversial stories because that will actually generate more audience. So we know that contrarian and denial content can get high engagement simply because it is controversial. So algorithms, detect these individual choices and then reinforce them systematically, making echo chambers progressive, deeper over time. The eventual results, we will have divided public. We will have divided public. Each group entirely convinced that their own particular view represent the mainstream, common sense position. Okay, so let's go into another, this one, sustainable fashion marketing. So we know that fast fashion brands have used algorithmic-driven advertising extensively to promote the so-called conscious or eco product lines. Nowadays they say that even when you buy clothes, buy this type of clothes because it is eco-friendly. Okay, so they said fast fashion brands have used algorithm-driven advertising extensively to promote so-called conscious or eco product lines. These marketing campaigns often achieve remarkably strong engagement, even when there is very little real environmental changes happening behind the scene. So this case illustrates very clearly how algorithms can reward the mere appearance of sustainability rather than its actual substance. Okay, we know that many products now are trying to portray that eco-friendly concept. Of course, it will be able to enhance on their marketing strategy. But the question here is the concept of sustainability. Does it really ensure that sustainable occurs, or it is more as a mere marketing effort to ensure that they are able to sell their products in a bigger number? So at the at the very heart of this, I call the short-term thinking problem. So platform are optimized, for short-term numbers, click, view, share. Sorry for the. So what we can see, platform are optimized for short-term numbers, because for click, view, and share. But the question is, we know that sustainability requires. I'm unable to share. Okay. I'm unable to share, Ms. Prita.
Oh, wait. Share lebih dari satu.
Well, you need to stop share first and then share again the other document.
Okay. So we go back to the short-term thinking problem. Okay, so platforms are optimized. Okay, platforms are optimized for short-term numbers. Okay, you click, view, and share. But of course, when we talk about the word sustainability, sustainability is a long-term concept. Okay, it involves both behavior and structure. Okay, it involves the individual's behavior. It involves the larger social structures. So here comes the mismatch with something that is simple, memorable, compared to something that we require for a long term. So imagine that we are having two clocks and the platform's clock runs in seconds. Okay, we are having the clock, but the platform is running in seconds. So we know that seconds is very short compared to the entire clock. So that's why it is known as a structurally mismatched scenario whereby when we talk about algorithms, they are working in seconds. But what is the entire clock? It will be based on hours, it will be based on days, it will be based on months and years and so forth. So this is what is known as the mismatch, and this is where the sustainability trap comes into picture. Okay, the sustainability trap comes into picture because when we talk about algorithm, okay, my understanding of algorithm is always capturing the market for a very short-term period. Okay, it's not for a long-term period where sustainability is more paramount. So this brings us to this what is known as a paradox: more awareness, but perhaps less action. Okay, so environmental awareness may be higher than ever, partly due to the influence of the algorithms. Okay, however, the gap is there between awareness and the real behavior of policy change still exists. So sometimes too much awareness can also cause fatigue or a feeling of helplessness. So this brings us to this thing. This brings us to this effect, the two effect. The same mechanism that spreads sustainable messages can also hollow them out. Okay, can also hollow these messages out from within them. Okay, this means that communicators must at times to learn the design, okay, to learn to design deliberately against engagement-driven system. So not merely learn to work comfortably inside them. And this realization raises urgent ethical question. Okay, ethical question, which brings us to the next topic, that is the ethics of algorithm-driven sustainability and communication. So what is the core ethical tension that we see? Where does good persuasion end and when does manipulation actually begin? Okay, so this is the core of the ethical decision or ethical tension that we are facing. Where does good, honest persuasion end and where does manipulation actually begin? So as sustainability communicators, of course, they want influence. Okay. But ethical communication must respect people's freedom to choose. Okay. So this is the paradox that we are facing. Okay. Because as communicators, we want to be great influencer, but we know that we still have to give people the freedom to choose if we follow the ethics of communication. So algorithms blur this line because they most work outside our conscious awareness, our everyday awareness. So this brings us directly to two elements, that is transparency and explainability. Okay. We know that most ordinary users like myself, okay, we have no idea why we are seeing the environment contact in front of them. Okay, so we have got very unclear ranking system, and it makes us harder to tell the natural reach from engineering amplification. So we need to emphasize on this point. Being able to explain how a system works is a necessary precondition for informed consent in any act of persuasion. Okay, I repeat. Okay, this is important. It is important for us to explain how a system works because this is a precondition for informed consent in any form of persuasion. So this brings us to the next slide, that is looking deeper into the platform of responsibility and accountability. Okay, we know that platforms, okay, they shape enormous amounts of public discussion, yet they are often denied holding editorial responsibility for that powerful role. Yeah, okay, we have got platform. Okay, we just give the opportunity for people to give their insights, but yet it is lacking into editorial responsibility. it is very clear. Just say in our seminar today, okay, audience are able to pose questions. But the thing is whether we are having any editorial responsibility. Just give you an example, not to look down on our participants, but just trying to link what we are what I'm trying to explain today and linking to what is happening now. Okay, and yet content moderation decision and ranking decision are in practical effect genuine editorial choices, no different in kind of from what a newspaper editor makes each morning. So who is responsible? Who is responsible when an algorithm amplifies greenwashing or misinformation? Okay. Okay. I hope you are able to understand the concept. Greenwashing or false information. So who is responsible now when an algorithm amplifies greenwashing or misinformation? And then we must also discuss the persuasive technology. Remember, technology is always very persuasive, very persuasive. What we sometimes call as the dark patterns. Okay, dark patterns. I don't call as black patterns. I just call as dark patterns. Okay, so techniques. Okay, techniques from persuasive design, surprise reward, message urgency messages now shape sustainability apps too. Okay, so these techniques we can't deny it will work very well in the short term. Okay, it will work very well in the short term, but of course it raises ethical question over time. Okay, it raises ethical question. The line between motivating people and exploiting their psychological weak points is genuinely thin. So this is important. Data ethics in sustainability persuasion. Okay, this data ethics into sustainability persuasion. So personalized environmental message rely on people's behavior and personal data. Okay, so the question is detailed psychological profiling ethically acceptable even when it serves a demonstrably good cause? So what would my answer be? A good goal does not by itself automatically justify any way of collecting data. Okay? A good goal does not automatically justify any way of collecting data. Okay, so the question comes next to us will be, what about the current regulatory landscape? Okay, current regulatory landscape. So we know that new rules are coming out governing digital services, including in Malaysia and AI. Okay, so these rules we can't deny will be able to do the regulation. Okay, regulation is starting to catch up with persuasive technology, but unevenly across regions. Okay, so of course, probably in a more developed country, okay, the regulation is stricter or tighter. So communicators should track legal requirement, not just best practices. So this will be my advice to everyone here. Okay, track your actual legal compliance obligation, not merely general best practice guidelines. So how do we move forward? Okay, so how do we move forward? So this is what I propose, TCP. TCP, I propose 3 simple elements that you need to consider. First, transparency. So what is transparency? So there is a great urgency here to honestly disclose when and clearly explain why particularly content is being algorithmically amplified. So this is important. Transparency comes important. When and why. Number 2, consent. Okay. So this consent will be number 2. Giving users real meaningful control over their own personalization setting. So we do not just expect our users to checkbox within a setting menu that nobody ever reads. So number 2, the element number 2 for ethical framework will be having consent. Number 3 will be on proportionate. Match how hard you persuade to what is at stake and what the evidence support. Okay, TCP. I'm proposing the framework of transparency, consent, and proportionality. So when you have this TCP, I believe it can meaningfully guide any algorithm-driven sustainability campaign that any of us might in the future. Okay, so this brings us to the next slide, that is balancing influence and free choice. So we know that ethical sustainability communication persuades through evidence and story, not by exploiting mental shortcuts and biases. So there is a need for us to respect people's free choice, okay, hand in hand with strong values-driven advocacy. So the goal is we want to have informed engagement, not merely forced compliance. So this is important. There must be an engagement. When the element of engagement comes into picture, that means we are giving our audience a choice to also a choice for them to give their opinion as well. Not we are bombarding them with information coming from one side. So that's why it is not a forced compliance, but there is an engagement between people's free choice, okay, free choice to go hand in hand with strong values driven advocacy. So for this, I would like to say that ethics must become part of the design, not an afterthought. So this is the key point that I'm trying to relate to our conference today, that ethics is part of the design, not an afterthought. Because at the end of the day, in any field that you venture in, if you do not have any ethics, if you are not binded by any integrity, you know that it won't be able to sustain for a long period of time. So this is the take-home point, that ethics must be part of the design process itself, not an afterthought. And you cannot just, ethics cannot simply be added to an algorithmic strategy after it's already being built. So we cannot say, never mind, we develop first, then we look into the ethics aspect. But the key point I'm trying to portray, I'm trying to inform today is it has to work hand in hand, okay? Hand in hand. So trustworthy, sustainable communication needs ethical design from the very start, from the beginning. Okay, whatever you do, it has to be ethics based. It has to be ethics based, full of integrity. Okay, this should be the primary foundation whenever we develop any algorithmic strategy. So the next question is, so what does a responsible, effective strategy actually looks like? Okay, so this is where we go into the next topic on the strategic communication for real engagement. Okay, so we ask ourselves, what actually works based on real evidence? So there are three things. There are three things in evidence-based strategic communication. Three important elements. First, it must have the storytelling. Number two, it must have the participation. And number three, it must have the behavioral science. Okay, and then success, okay, success should be measured by real outcomes, not just the reach. Okay, we must know that there must be real tangible outcomes. Okay, this is important. We are not just looking for popularity, but it must be measured through real tangible outcomes. So this is important. And then strategies must be designed to last, not just to perform well on launch day. Okay. So let's look at what is the power of storytelling. So storytelling, so what is known as the narrative. So what does the narrative helps us? So a well-told narrative that genuinely pulls people in building empathy and memory for better, far better than dry facts alone ever could. So this is important. A narrative that pulls people in builds empathy and memory better than fast facts alone. So we also need to look into a personal Local human scale stories very often work better than abstract global statistics. Okay. An example will be, of course, we can see that, in different location, whether you're coming from urban, semi-urban or rural, we have got different stories that we can portray to ensure that we are able to maintain that engagement. So does not necessarily what happens at the urban area, we need to replicate and push it into the rural area, which may find it quite alien to them, and they may not be the follower. So the goal is story plus evidence, never story instead of evidence. Okay, so it must always be factual based on the location that you're coming from, so that people will be able to buy your story. So let's discuss now about digital participation and co-creation. So there is a need for us as communication experts. We need to move our audience from just watching to actively taking part. Okay, this is important. Taking part in creating it. So especially when we talk about environment sustainability, we just should not stop on people. Okay, you just don't portray that you need to do this, but you must ensure that they also actively take part in each of the campaign, for example. Okay, so content that is made together with the audience, this is where the element of ownership and long-term commitment comes into picture. Okay, for example, cleaning the beach. Okay, cleaning the beach. So the audience need to feel that that they also own the task, so that they will be able to do the task and build a long-term rapport, a long-term commitment, so that even when the algorithm is no longer there, they will still participate in the activity. So platforms need to have a two-way dialogue, not just one-way broadcasting. A two-way dialogue. Okay, so that means it also need to be involved the people who are we targeting towards it. So community-based, this connects naturally to community-based social marketing. Okay, social marketing. So behavior change lasts longer when it is built into social network and community norms. Okay, this I'm sure many of you all agree with me that if you want a change in behavior, you must ensure that it's built among the social network and the community norms. So peer commitment and visible community action, okay, works better than messages aimed only at isolated individuals. So digital tools in this context should be able to support community-based approaches, not replace them. So that is the whole idea of having the digital tools. We should be able to help the community, okay, should support the community-based approach, not replace that by something else. So this is an important element when you think of building a social marketing-based, community-based social marketing. And then we look into how to design with behavioral sciences. So when you talk about behavioral sciences, it is talking about the mindset. So using social norms, commitment tools, and clear action plans when you are designing the message. Please pay attention to this. Use social norms, commitment tools, and clear action plans when you are designing the message. So you just need to test your message the same way platforms test their content. So behavioral science should shape strategy, not just how it is being carried out. So if you combine this, okay, so how do we combine algorithm rich with human-centered design? Algorithm with human-centered design. So how can we find we are able to bring them together? So here the suggestion is use algorithm for rich and human-centered design for depth and trust. Remember, I mentioned in the earlier slide that we are not looking for short-term gain, but we want to build a long-term okay, a long-term engagement. So the suggested methodology will be you use the algorithms for reach, but make sure it is human-centered design, because what we want is the depthness and also their trust. So that is the first method. The second one is to layer your campaigns carefully. So how do we layer our campaigns? So probably we begin with the wide algorithmic exposure and then leads into deeper community engagement. And last one, okay, the last one is reach and relationship work together. One cannot replace the other. So please remember this simple formula, okay, the simple formula, because lasting engagement genuinely requires both working together. So we are not looking only for the reach, but we are also looking for the relationship. So reach and relationship must come together, work together, because one cannot replace the other. Probably your algorithm will be able to reach a wider audience, but the relationship, for a long-term relationship to happen, will not occur. So there is a need for us to combine the algorithmic reach with human-centered design. So this is what I'm proposing in this talk. So building trust. Okay, so again, ethical consideration comes into picture because we need to build trust through credible messages. So there is a need for us to trust the local voices because they work better than distinct institutions or contested issues. Okay, because sometimes politically sensitive issue could also bring, okay, I do not want to go into deeper into that because it can be quite sensitive when we discuss on political issues, but it is best that you trust the local voices. Okay, trust the local voices. Who delivers the message matters as much as what the message says. So algorithm can help find and elevate distrusted local voices. So of course it takes a lot of effort. Okay, it takes a lot of effort because for you to go and look for the local voices, okay, it is not an easy thing because algorithms, normally those designers, probably they are thinking of quick wins, which might not lead towards quick gains. Okay, you might just win, but you might not gain. So that is the thing that you need to pay attention to. Okay, for lasting engagement. So what we can do, lasting engagement. So probably you can build feedback loops that reward follow through, not just the first reaction. Okay, you need to build clear, well-designed paths that lead people from a single viral moment into lasting community involvement of the platform. Okay, and the real measure of success is what happens after someone shares the content. Okay, so this is what you call okay, the real measure of success of any campaign. Any campaign success is not the share itself. It is what happens afterwards. Are people willing to share the content with their own network? So once they're able to do that, we know that, okay, the message is being transmitted to a wider community.
Dr. Jeff, sorry, we have only 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe I will go into the last slide, that what we can do. Okay, so what algorithm? Okay, the advocacy campaign. So first, probably you could go into digital campaigns. Okay, maybe success required pairing algorithmic reach with local partner networks. And then global reach still needs local translation. And then we have the points here for what you intend to do, your fourth, fifth, okay, grassroots digital movements. Okay, youth-led climate movements has successfully used social platforms that organize globally with very small budget. So these are some of my ideas on how you could enhance it. And you know that the fifth one is on algorithmic virality, enable fast mobilization, but keeping the momentum needed offline organizing structure. Okay, algorithms can spark a movement. Institutions and organizing will keep it going. Okay, so maybe maybe I just want to touch on what as researchers we can do. Okay, 1 minute. I just the last one. Just the last slide. Okay, just the framework. A framework for for the road ahead. So there are 4 pillars. There are 4 pillars. Okay, first is the narrative awareness. So we need to understand deeply how algorithms frame sustainability issues for the public. That's the first one. The second one is on the behavioral realism. We need to design deliberately for lasting action, not merely for surface level engagement. Number 3 will be based on ethical grounding. Okay, built firmly on transparency, consent, and proportionality. And lastly, strategic depth, combining algorithm reach with genuine trust, compelling story, and real community. So to all the researchers here, okay, there is a need for us to study it on how algorithm affect environmental behavior with the same rigor used in misinformation research. And then to the practitioners who are present today, we need to design campaigns, campaigns deliberately for follow through and lasting impact, not merely, for just going viral. Okay, we do not want the fleeting glory of going viral. And the third one for policymakers and platform builds transparency and accountability into the algorithmic system. So let me end with this few lines. So we know that the algorithm does not just deliver messages about a planet. Increasingly, it actively decides which planet we get to see. Okay. So if we as scholars, communicators, engaged citizens, if we genuinely want to be involved in sustainability society, we are talking about sustainability society here, and for future generations, we cannot simply hope that the algorithm will somehow deliver to us automatically. Okay, we must actively design, we must question and hold accountable for the very system that now shape our humanity standards so that every one of us will feel it is home for us and we are able to engage in it. Okay, thank you once again to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to deliver this talk. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jeff, for covering a wide array of topics in such a limited times. Dr. Jeff has mentioned the ups and downs of algorithm, what they are doing to the social sustainability campaign. He also mentioned about the TCP framework to guide us about delivering how to be more ethical platforms. He also taught us about creating a lasting impact campaign. But I don't want to talk much about it. Let's get deeper by going into the discussion session, because there are so many questions already on the chat box. First, coming from Ibu Dia. Surfaila, thank you so much, Doctor, for your presentation. Such an interesting topic. My research mainly focuses on sustainability campaign. My question is, If behavioral change requires repetition, but algorithms reward novelty, how can communicators or marketing maintain long-term sustainability campaigns without causing algorithmic fatigue? I also love this question. Where does good persuasion and manipulation begin? My research is about sustainability message framing. In your opinion, can sustainability campaigns still be persuasive without becoming manipulative? Okay, I guess Dr. Ibu Dia also referred to the previous question above, but you can respond to Ibu Dia question first, maybe Dr. Jeff.
So probably let's see the question. So
Mhm.
algorithms reward novelty. How can communicators maintain long-term sustainability campaigns without causing algorithm fatigue? So we know that we are not actually fighting against the algorithm. Okay, we know because we know that behavioral change theory, if you talk about social marketing, mere exposure effects, so requires the core ask or behavioral cue to repeat. So what causes algorithm fatigue isn't repeating that ask. It's repeating the same execution over and over. So the fix isn't fighting the algorithm, it's decoupling message from format. And then we also have, you know, actually to explain that there is, I think, a few more things that, because we also need to build a content pillar system. So instead of one campaign, as said, repeated, probably you can break the core behavior into multiple angles. Okay. Or reinforcing, for example, a personal story, okay, or reinforcing the same underlying behavior, but each reads as new to the algorithm and the audience. So the question is, how can communicators maintain long-term sustainability campaigns without causing algorithm fatigue? So actually there are a few more things. Maybe you can use serialized episodic storytelling. Maybe you can let the audience create repetition for you. Maybe you can also have anchor repetition to context, not just time. No, these are the few things that I can think of at this moment.
Okay. Continuing from that notion, we can continue with Mbak Mega question. You argue that algorithms are highly effective at generating attention, but much less effective at sustaining long-term behavioral change. Does this mean that the central challenge of sustainability communication lies not in message failure, but in the mismatch between the short-term logic of algorithmic attention and the long-term of sustainability itself? If so, should communicators design campaigns that deliberately work against algorithmic logic rather than simply optimize for it? Thank you.
Well, I can't. Uh, uh, it's quite lengthy. Quite lengthy. Wait. Let me see. You argue that at generating. Does this mean that the central challenge of sustainable communication lies not in message but in the mismatch between short-term logic of algorithm and the long-term logic? If so, should design habit that deliberately work against rather than say, okay, so I'm not sure, but what I can say is from what I have mentioned just now, the reframing holds. Okay, reframing is important. Okay, because we know that algorithm logic rewards what? Novelty, disruption, emotional spikes, because those maximize immediate engagement standards, okay, signals. However, when you talk about behavioral change, okay, it requires familiarity, repetition, gradual normal formation. So this is opposite of what generates a spike. So if you were to say, does this mean that, if so, that deliberately works against rather than simply for, yes, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that the question is, should communicators work against algorithmic logic rather than optimize it? We know that fully opposition is often not viable, right? Okay. What I'm trying to say is it has to work alongside. Okay, you cannot say that uh, uh, it has to work alongside, because the full opposition is often not viable. Just say if a campaigner refuses to play the attention game at all, it may simply not reach anyone, which defeats the purpose, right? So the more useful move is decoupling optimization target. Okay, decoupling it. That means use the algorithmic logic, okay, as well as, okay, this means campaigns needs a second non-algorithmic measurement layer. Okay, I hope I've answered the question.
Okay. I think it's related. You mentioned non-algorithmic measurement. There is a question from Brilliant Anwar. You introduced what you call sustainability trap. Algorithms can increase the visibility of environmental issue, but that visibility doesn't necessarily translate into deeper understanding of sustained action. So, how can we distinguish between meaningful engagement and merely algorithmically successful engagement? And what indicators should communicators be looking at beyond likes, shares, and views?
No. So thank you for the question. Just now, I've mentioned this, that when we say that the engagement is meaningful, when you say the engagement is meaningful, that means you have already been together with the community, with the people that you're targeting with. Okay, we do not want an algorithm designed by engineers or data scientists without the process of engagement. Remember, I mentioned towards the end that to make it to be successful, it has to incorporate, algorithmic has to incorporate with human behavior. If you look in my slides, there must be a combination for you to have the long-term engagement.
Okay. So it has to be reflected in a human interaction as well.
Yes, exactly, Ms. Prita.
Okay. There is a question from Dennis that type into the committee's ICODES chat box. In your opinion, should algorithms now be considered communication actors with ethical responsibilities, or should responsibility remain solely with the platform companies and content creators?
Oh, thank you for the question. I think we already know the answer, right? Can we give the companies to be the sole provider of ethical consideration? Definitely no, right? Definitely no. So I think I do not have to elaborate on that, because when you talk about company, their main aim is to make more profits. That's the whole idea of you having a company. No matter whether you say that you are doing things in the right way or the correct way, but the whole idea, because I'm from the economic background, I can clearly say that all companies, their motive will always be to maximize profit by minimizing their resources. So ethical consideration will never be part and parcel of their thing, but of course they will portray that they are very concerned about the environment, they're very concerned about the economic well-being of the poor and so forth. But that will of course diminish their profit, and it will not be something that they will treasure as a long-lasting way of doing things.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. That was the last question we have. Before I close this session, I would like to give a minute or two for Dr. Jeff to state his final remarks about sustainability communication.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Prita. I know it has been a very long day for you and also for the participants. It's already afternoon here in in Malaysia. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of the panelists for today. It is a great honor to participate in this international conference. Okay, I hope our collaboration between UPM and University Malang will be further enhanced. Let this be one of the starting point. Because we also, I personally have learned a lot of new things, today, to be frank, on how to organize a conference. Okay, not on the content, not specifically on content, but actually how to organize a conference and to get such a good response. So I feel very honored to be here, and the questions that y'all pose truly show that y'all are, I guess, very far ahead compared to probably the people in UPM. Okay. So I'm so happy to be here around with you, but I hope this is my hope that it will not end here, but we will be able to have collaborative research in the future. Okay, not so much on publication, but probably more of collaborative research, and later we can translate that into publication. So thank you once again to the organizing committee.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Just would love to have a further collaboration between UM and UPM. As Dr. De Silva emphasized, meaningful sustainability communication requires us to move beyond virality, to connect rich with relationships, storytelling with evidence, and digital engagement with communities and real-world action. Thank you once again, Dr. Jeff, for sharing your insights with us. And thank you, everyone, for being part of this discussion, for staying till the end of this panel session. It has been a pleasure moderating this session. I hope the conversation today gives us plenty to reflect, especially as a scholars, as a researcher, as a human being, as we continue exploring communication, digital ecosystem, and society. With that, my role as moderator comes to end. Thank you once again. I will now hand the session back to our ceremony, Stevia and Zahwa. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator, Rani Prita Prabawangi, for expertly guiding today's keynote sessions. And our sincere appreciation to our keynote speakers and all participants for your valuable contributions.
Before we move on to the next agenda, we will have a short break until 1 p.m. We kindly remind everyone to join your assigned parallel session on the designated time or remain in the Zoom meeting. As you wait for the next session to come, we will play short movies produced by our beloved student on the communication department. We wish you a wonderful and enjoyable discussion.
And we would like to remind everyone to join us again tomorrow for the second day of ICODES 2026. Don't miss our closing ceremony where we'll announce the best presenters and selected papers. Once again, our heartfelt thanks to Universitas Negeri Malang, the Faculty of Social Science, Aspicom Pusat, Aspicom Jawa Timur, and 4 co-host institutions, and Pop Survey by Populix, our official sponsor, for all of their valuable support.
We also sincerely thank all speakers, presenters, moderators, participants, and committee members for making ICODES 2026 a great success.